Welcome back again to another episode of Thought Riot Podcast, your favorite true crime and criminal culture talk show.
Yep, talk show. That's the key word.
Talk show. Yes, that is the key word.
Yeah, I feel like it's just such a new thing that a lot of people, they're used to being told like a story. Like, you know, sitting down and listening to this full story and someone laying it out completely. And while we do that with some things, that's not the like main intention behind the show. It's to literally talk, have thought-provoking conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're referencing like some of the comments and stuff that we get.
Yeah, I think it's just a misunderstanding.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not going to put those people down or anything like that, but yes, absolutely. I just think there's this expected model in the true crime community where you post in front of a camera and you give all the details and give all the facts and, you know, you cut everything that isn't perfect. So, like, you just have, it's the basic cut-in video where it's a ton of editing and I don't feel like you can make a solid connection with the person. And I feel like we've made a lot of really good connections with our viewers to where we're able to have those genuine conversations with them and actually talk about their favorite cases, our favorite cases, learn from each other. And I'm not saying that by putting other creators down because we need those other stories and everything like that too. We're just a little bit different.
Yeah, it's just a different kind of format than I think the true crime community is used to. Like Annie Elise is a really good example of someone who sits down and lays it all out for you, and I love her content, but that's not what we're doing here.
No. And we've gotten really good responses. Like, I feel like we've blown up pretty quick once we transitioned to full-time true crime.
Full-time true crime.
Yeah, a little bit of a tongue twister, but yeah, I feel like we've grown really fast. Our live streams, we're already getting thousands of people in there. I mean, our views, we're already at like 300,000 or 400,000 views. So I feel like we're doing really good and people are responding really positive to it, which makes me super stoked because the way I look at it is we're here working for the viewer. We could have these conversations at any time, but we wanted to be able to hop on a platform, have these conversations with you, and provoke thought into some of these cases that we cover with you and build a community around it. And I feel like it's going amazing, and all I see is upwards growth from here. All I see is being able to expand on this and be able to, who knows, maybe include more people, and we're already planning on having guests on. Will it turn into having someone live feet on the street in some of these cases? Who knows? We don't know. But I really enjoy what we're doing here. And if you're new here, welcome. Super happy you're here. Hopefully you enjoy it. Have some fun with us. Come on the live streams. Have some conversation. Let us know your opinion. One big thing for us is that we accept and allow all opinions and theories. I think that's really important for us, you know, is in our live chat, we have people that agree with us. We have people that don't agree with us. We have people that will be like, dude, you are full of it, you know, and I appreciate everyone. Like, just help me think about this in a new way, something different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And just so everyone knows, like, we're equal co-hosts.
Yeah.
I think some people see like one video where you're covering that topic and they think that I'm just like, I don't know, a little sidekick. I
mean, they say it on your videos too. The only difference is when So the video that has the most views right now is one of mine where I'm leading. The video that has the second most views is one of yours. So we see comments on both of them where they're like, why is your co-host there? You know, they're literally just sitting there looking at you. But it's just because they don't understand the layout. They don't understand that we don't talk about our cases before we come on here because we want to be able to experience them with you guys watching, you know. So what I'm bringing to the table, Malia has no idea. What she's bringing to the table, I have no idea. And that way we can learn.
Yeah. Which, I mean, like, for example, like when you watch Joe Rogan, okay, he doesn't study up on his guests beforehand.
No, he might learn a little bit about like their background of who they are, but not anything they're bringing to the table. No,
he might have a general idea of who they are and what they do, but he's not like researching extensively into knowing exactly what they're going to be talking about so he can counter this and counter that. He's learning along with the viewer most of the time.
Yep.
Unless
absolutely.
It's something he knows a lot about.
Yeah. And that's kind of the MO that we had planned on originally because, you know, I'm a huge Joe Rogan fan. I'm a huge true crime fan. And I just felt like we both felt like there was an edge in that community that hasn't been tapped or sharpened yet. You know what I mean? And we built it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The original talk show, well, true crime talk show.
Yeah, true crime talk show. I think the only other people that I can think of, and don't be offended, if you're a content creator and you're doing this, I'm sorry.
We just haven't seen anybody else do it personally.
Yeah.
But
yeah. we just took the idea from like non-true crime focused content creators like Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? The only other true crime focused people we have are like, you know, the hosts on Court TV or Crime Network or whatever, where they have that come on. And we're looking to go a little bit deeper than that, than a show host like that, where they have to watch what they say. Everything's planned. Normally they're reading from a prompt.
We're not trying to be a news station.
Right, absolutely. Well, kind of, but just different, more personable. We literally do all the same things that a news station does. We just take it a little bit more deep with unscripted, thought-provoking conversation.
Right.
Yes. Anyways, long intro there. My name is Brendan.
And I'm Malia.
Yes, and this is Thought Riot Podcast. Welcome. We're super happy you're here. And our axiom is that we commit to being honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting. Wait. Somehow I mixed this up. So we commit to honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
Yes, there we go. Mess that one up. I always copy and paste like some of my bullet points because we're unscripted, but just to make sure I'm not missing things, I have a couple bullet points. Everything else is just filled in with, you know, whatever pops in my head, my crazy head. So I think I must have moved some of those around when I was copying and pasting my notes in here. But anyways, welcome to the show. This is Thought Riot Podcast, and you can find us on every podcast provider on Spotify, Apple, Amazon, Google, Castbox. Literally, if there's a provider out there, we are on it. So we love any of your feedback. Hit that like button. Leave us a comment. Let us know how you feel about the show. If you want to suggest any cases to us, please put that in the comments. Any interaction that you have with our podcast on any of these providers gets us more views. That's how all of them run. That's how YouTube runs, Spotify. That's how all of them run. So we want you to give us feedback. We want you to give us ratings. And we would love for you to submit cases. I know I just had somebody, more than a couple somebodies. Actually, it was one person who made a comment, and then like 5 people came after him. But they want us to focus on some of the old school serial enders. And we had already talked about that. We had already planned on doing a whole episode where we're each going to bring 3, and, you know, we'll just make sure we're not covering the same ones. But, and then go through those. Maybe we can do something for like a Halloween special or something like that, where we cover some of those scary, you know, make you like hold your butt cheek muscles tight when you're listening to some of the details.
I already have some great ideas for it.
Yeah, well, that would be incredible. But you want to go into live stream?
Yeah, so we live stream on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube's really the spot, though. Are we still broadcasting to, like, Rumble and Kick, or did you stop those?
We are, but not live, just because the more platforms you add, the less reliable the OBS becomes. So, yes, we are on all the platforms, but not live.
Okay,
right
so
now
live
we are
is just
on
Twitch and YouTube.
Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook currently.
Okay, from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time in the United States.
Yes.
If you're out of the U.S., which we actually get a lot of viewers from out of the U.S.
A lot.
But yeah, it's a fun time. Like, it's been popping off lately, and we've really been enjoying it. And we dig deeper into topics, and obviously we talk to our viewers, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
it's so cool. You should definitely check it out. Also, Discord's been a lot of fun, and we have a viewer, Ian, who posts out of context clips to the Discord after the stream, and they're really funny.
They are super funny.
And we have, you know, several members that are joining, and yeah, like I post the Delphi memorandum in there, Keanu Reeves.
Yes.
We had a viewer, I was
fake.
talking about it. Yeah. And they're like, oh my gosh, I have to see that. But yeah, we just chat in there about non-true crime stuff too, because that's, you know, it's
part
fun
of
to laugh
the community.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And just some updates. So, yes, we go live every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we are actually uploading those now too to Spotify, and just waiting on the approvals from all the other platforms. They usually take 24 hours, something like that. But those are all being uploaded, and I'm uploading them raw. So the person that might like listening to this long form podcast might not like listening to the audio of the chat, because we're communicating with our viewers and everything, and there will probably be more dead air than there is on the long forum podcast, but they are going up there so that you know, on Spotify they host video now, so you'll be able to see what's going on. You'll be able to see us talking. You'll be able to see us pulling stuff up on the screen and everything. So check that out. That is under the True Crime Talk Show by ThoughtRiot. So yeah.
Awesome.
It is. It's super awesome. And we have our membership set up on YouTube. We have a whole bunch of members in there and a good community. We have Patreon opened. We have all the things open now. So we are working towards becoming more full-time. And once we get to full-time, I mean, gosh, I can only imagine what we're going to be able to do. It's going to be incredible. We're going to be able to pop content out like at the same rate as some of the news channels, honestly.
I would like to be able to like just film a video and put it up, like especially when things are going on. It's not reasonable at this moment in time, but as we get more members, as we get bigger, it'll be easier to like, you know, just record a video and put it up.
Absolutely.
Get focus on it more.
Yes.
But yeah, so let's get into our true crime breaking news.
Yes.
Some interesting things in the news right now. So, one that I just came across, like right before the show, was that there has finally been an arrest in Tupac Shakur's murder.
I saw that.
So, September 7th, 1996... is when Tupac Shakur was shot after leaving a Mike Tyson boxing event.
The world
with
changed.
Suge Knight.
Yes.
And the world changed, dude.
Yes, that was the blow up of the hip hop game. That was the East Coast West Coast battle and issues. I mean,
Yeah.
the world was changing,
Right.
and at such an important time, you lost one of the leaders in that world.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you know, they left. They went to go to an after party, and, you know, they were in a black BMW and waiting at a red light on the Las Vegas Strip when a white Cadillac pulled up beside them and shot. And Tupac was shot multiple times, and he died 6 days later at the age of 25. It was a big deal, and there's been so many conspiracy theories of Tupac still being alive and everything else. But who is this man? Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is apparently a shot caller for the Compton Crips.
Yeah, yeah.
And
at least was at
there.
one time.
Right, was at one time.
Yep.
He was there and literally wrote a memoir about it.
Yeah.
And he is like one of, I think it was like 4 other suspects, one including his nephew.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been a suspect for a really long time.
No, from the beginning.
Yeah.
Literally
right.
from the beginning.
And he's 60 years old at this point
Yeah,
now. Like,
yeah.
he's got to live a full life. So he has a count of open murder with a use of deadly weapon with gang enhancement. They say he allegedly ordered the death of Tupac and acted as the on-ground, on-site commander to exact revenge for his nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. So the judge denied him bail. He was arrested and denied bail. Just wild.
It is wild.
But his nephew died 2 years later. Like, he was suspected, obviously, along with Davis, but he was shot and killed 2 years later, so he's not here anymore.
In response to this event, actually, if I'm remembering correct, is why his nephew, they believe that his nephew was the actual trigger puller, from my understanding, and that added to it. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at the Tupac case in probably like 5 years.
Well, there were several people in the car. All I know is he handed it to the back seat. I think we'll cover this as an actual case and do a deep dive into it, so we'll get all of those exact details, and I think a little bit more information will come out over the next week so that we can cover it next week. But they say that the case, like, basically reopened, like, they gained interest again in 2018 because of his own admissions to media outlets.
Yeah.
What a dummy. He thought
probably
he was
felt
invincible
like he was
at that
untouchable.
point?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Well, it's another one of those situations where the LAPD had a lot of, I guess I would say, a lot of risk involvement in this case. You had multiple investigators that were not the most stable people in the way that they were investigating this case, and
there was issues back then.
Yeah, brought a bad image on the LAPD, or at least an image and attention that the chief didn't like. There was some butting heads, there were some issues, there was some, obsession that was going outside of what your normal investigator would do. And I think all those things, all that drama and blue politics can affect an investigation.
Absolutely it can, and I think we see it actually pretty often, unfortunately.
Yep.
So they raided his home in Las Vegas back in July, and they took cell phones, they took laptops, and they took his memoir.
Oh, dude, then he knew it was coming, I'm telling you.
His memoir is being used. Well, I think they were sleeping. Him and his girl were asleep, and they surrounded the home. From what I was sawing at, like, either early in the morning or late at night, I can't remember, but they were supposedly asleep.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but that was so many months ago.
They seized so much stuff.
That was so many months ago. So if they just arrested him now, he knew this was coming. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, probably at this point.
Once you have the probable cause, because if you're him and you did this, and the police had enough probable cause to get a search warrant issued, then if you're in his head as a guilty person, you know you're in trouble. You know you're in trouble, dude.
I don't know. Wouldn't they have arrested him then, though?
No, a search warrant doesn't mean you get arrested. It just means that they had enough evidence, circumstantial evidence, to allow a judge to say, yes, it's worth searching more. It's worth invading his rights as a citizen to dig through his things to see if we can find a connection to this crime.
Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, they also took several .40 caliber bullets.
Yeah.
And tubs containing a bunch of pictures.
Yeah.
I think this is... I don't know what took so long. I'm just glad that it's happening. And that, I mean, it's been 27 years that his family has not had justice. And finally... hopefully they get some, which I think they're going to. This, honestly, he wrote a memoir about it and literally talks about handing the gun to somebody in the back seat. Like, he has admitted to it, essentially.
It's a story within a story.
It is.
And, there's a whole story just around the investigation of this crime. So, yeah, I'm excited to cover it. I think it is one of the all-time greats for unsolved and or cold cases for, important world-changing people. Now, there's probably a lot of people out there who don't agree. Maybe you're not into gangster hip-hop, but a large population of the U.S. is,
yeah.
And they were very influential. I mean, it was changing the music game altogether, they literally
trailblazed what we have now.
Yes, like, whether you're a fan or not, like this was a very influential person that has changed the music history forever.
Yeah, All Eyes on Me, it said, had sold like 5 million copies.
Yep. Yep.
Crazy. Nominated 6 times for a Grammy Award.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the all-time greats. I'm telling you, you could almost go ask any demographic and age range of person that has interest in hip-hop, rap, gangster rap, whatever, anything that falls under that umbrella. And they would probably list him as one of the top 5 people always, no matter what age they are. So
yeah, like people just knowing his name.
Him or Biggie. Yep.
People just knowing his name, though, like, they wouldn't even need to be interested, honestly, to know who he is. But
yeah. We're curious what you think. Are you excited for us to cover this case? And what would you like us to dig out of this case? Are you more interested in the crime itself, some of those details on how it happened? Are you more interested in the investigators that were involved and the shadiness of that situation? Let us know. Let those thoughts riot in the comments below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Riot.
So, I debated on whether I was going to cover this as a case file, as we call them, our longer stories, or if I was going to split this up into a couple news updates. I decided to do news updates and save the case updates for really important changes in the case, right? Now, here is something really interesting. So, have you seen that short 10-minute interview with Matthew Frankie, who is the nephew of Kevin Frankie and in-law of Ruby Frankie?
I have not.
Oh, man. It's super interesting. I think it's super interesting. So he's a young kid. Honestly, I probably should have looked up his age, but he's in college. He's literally like at a college campus in the hallway. It looks like using a computer or a phone. There's
early
kids.
20s or something.
Yeah. There's kids walking behind him. And he's being interviewed by, gosh, what was the one I watched? I think it was ABC. It was either ABC or NBC. But they were interviewing him and asking him questions on his personal feelings of this, And some of the questions they asked was like, well, why come out now? Why are you coming out to talk about it now? And he said that, he wasn't going to. he was honestly trying to stay away from all of it, didn't want to look into any of it, but then people started recognizing his last name at his school and out in public, and then he started reading some of the information, and since Ruby's sisters came out and one of the other family members of Kevin came out, there are people saying online that they believe the whole family, literally everybody, probably knew about this. And he was super offended by that.
That's not okay.
I agree. I don't think it is either. And I even commented on the video and said, hey, Matthew, you got to just keep your eyes on you and your life and your focuses and your dreams. Don't let Ruby Frankie have another victim under her belt. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Both of them.
Well, they didn't know Jody, so don't let Ruby Frankie's actions claim another victim under her belt. And, who knows if he's going to see it, but at least that positivity is going out there. And, online people are going to say anything. So he asked when the last time was that he has seen them, and he responds with 2 years ago was the last time he saw them, and it was at a family gathering that was like spur of the moment, where they just happened to be in the same area. They ended up grabbing lunch with each other, and Kevin brought Ruby, and they had another couple family members. He was there with his parents, and he said that everything seemed okay. One interesting thing is, and I wish I could know more details about this just to get more insight into Ruby Frankie and how she handled situations maybe not in front of a camera, but he says that was the first time in a long time, because we had a falling out years ago, like a decade ago, a long time ago, because one of our family members got cancer and was battling cancer, and Ruby felt like they weren't doing what they should have been doing the right way, and was super judgmental.
What?
And yeah, and remember, for Ruby, that side of the family is Kevin's side of the family, which would already seem weird why Ruby's kind of like inserting herself in that situation anyways.
Very weird.
Yeah, but she was super critical of the family member who was dealing with cancer and felt like it needed to be done a certain way that caused issues, and they had a big falling out. So they were not close to that side of Kevin's family.
I wonder if Ruby and Kevin came in when this person had cancer to try to help them and take care of them, and anytime she's in a caretaker role, she becomes abusive. It's that caretaker role where she thinks she needs to control the person. I
think it's seriously possible. I really do. Because I see Kevin and Ruby's relationship, and the more I see, the more I feel that he was just codependent to her, and he gave in to anything that she wanted, and he was probably dealing with some of the unfair treatment from Ruby, and he just didn't know any better, I guess. That still makes him guilty, though. Don't take me wrong in that. And what's interesting is the interviewer actually asks him what his thoughts are on Jody, and this question kind of snowballs. So, he says, Jody's awful. I don't know much about her, but I know that we had one conversation about her a long time ago when a family member had brought her up, and she is just awful. We knew she was awful back then, and now seeing this, it doesn't surprise us. And he was like, so you feel like she should go to jail? And he said, yeah, absolutely. I feel like she should be in jail for a long time, if not ever. And then he asked what he felt about Ruby, and he also said Ruby needs to be behind bars. Now, this is interesting. Without the interviewer even asking, he goes into saying, and also, me and my father and his father is Kevin's brother, you guys. That's his brother. He says, me and my father have been talking about it, like some of the details on, how much Kevin could have known or should have known. And we believe Kevin needs to do time too. There is just no way that he didn't know about that. And they're saying there's this big gap of communication. And me and my dad believe that there wasn't a big gap of communication because apparently some kind of items were picked up from a university or something where they have some kind of evidence they believe that there was communication going on. So they don't believe there's any way Kevin didn't know this was going on.
That's how I feel about it.
Me too. I don't think they realized what they were doing was abusive.
In the YouTube before Jody, pre-Jody.
Pre-Jody, I don't think they believed that it was, and that's the problem. That is the problem there, pre-Jody.
That's why I was talking about, I think that in some communities, and the Mormon larger community, like some littler communities, have an issue with like generational abuse where it's normalized. Yeah.
And the way that it's managed and how things are hushed, that's where trauma becomes dangerous. When you have a traumatic situation, an event happen to you, and you're unable to talk about it and release the power of that traumatic situation, whether it's like sexual, whether it's physical, whether it's mental abuse, anything like that, whether you're in a situation where you're held up at gunpoint, like all of those things, trauma needs to be talked about so it doesn't have power over you anymore. And I think that some of these smaller groups, they're hey, we understand you went through that, sorry, but you need to like put that away somewhere. And that's not going to help anything. That's going to grow a beast inside of these people and then just re-offend trauma on trauma on trauma on trauma. You know what I mean?
And they don't even know it's wrong to a certain extent, clearly.
I know. They still need to be held accountable, but yeah, I agree with you. I just thought this interview was super interesting. Yeah. And, if you're a viewer watching, I probably will cut in some points into this news update just so they can see it. But you'll have to watch it after. It's interesting.
What is your relation to Ruby?
She is my aunt. So my Uncle Kevin, I'm related to by blood, and he married her.
What do you make of this whole situation, or at least when you first heard about all of what was going down and Ruby and Jody being arrested on child abuse allegations?
Gosh, there's a lot of thoughts going through my head. I was a little bit stunned that someone that I was related to had just been arrested and made national news. And I'm still kind of trying to understand how anyone in my family, whether they're directly related to me or extended, could do that to their family.
How have you been digesting this? Have you been watching any coverage? Have you been looking up things? Have you been trying to keep a distance? Like, how have you been digesting this over the last few weeks?
Well, it started with I was really trying to keep a distance with it at first, but it's kind of like a train wreck that you can't look away from. So I've been like, like on breaks at work and stuff, and in between classes, like I'll see little thumbnails and stuff pop up on my phone, and I read them when I watch them. So I've been following it over the last couple of weeks, and that's it's been a lot depressing. There have been a lot of people who especially like I've made the mistake of going through like social media comments and stuff like that, and they've been making suggestions that like my family in particular and like the other people on the Frankie side of the family had some idea that any of this was going on, and that's been a little hard to read because we haven't really seen Ruby for like 10 years, and so it was infuriating reading some of those things because like we have like nothing to do with her really. But yet you somehow thought that we had something, like we knew what was going on.
Well, Matthew, is that the case? Have you not seen Ruby in a long time? When do you think the last time you saw her was?
The last time, so we have never like met for really long periods of time. The last time I saw her specifically was, I think, 2 years ago, when I had lunch with my cousin Sherry, who I would like to add never spoke to me about any of this and never made any indication that anything was going on. And I really wish that she would have. Um, but she and I were having lunch, and Kevin and Ruby tagged along as well as my parents. And so we sat around for a couple hours and then kind of just parted ways for the rest of the year, pretty much.
Have you talked to Sherry or Chad or any of your other kind of cousins about any of this in the last few weeks since all of this came out?
No, I reached out to Sherry. I think the day after Ruby was arrested and like the articles started coming out, I messaged her and said, "Hey, what's going on? Are you okay? Is there something I can do to help?" And she never has. She hasn't responded to me since. Um, so I'm not really sure what's going on there, but I hope to hear from them soon.
What is the hardest part about all of this been for you? Has it been the messages towards your family? Has it been those perceptions? I mean, what have been the difficulties that have come with all of this for you as I'd say, distant family member to Ruby in this situation?
Um, yeah, that's a good point. I I think a lot of that perception has kind of been the difficult part for me. Obviously I'm really concerned about um, Russell and Eve. Because I've been thinking back on um, memories where like we have seen them at Christmas family reunions and stuff. Trying to think like, was there anything that I could have seen that could have suggested anything like that was going on? But a lot of those misconceptions and stuff have been kind of hard to deal with just because it's now people are recognizing my name now around school and work, and so I'm kind of a little nervous about introducing myself because like I don't really have any affiliation with them. um, so that's part of why I'm talking to you today, and why I talked to Inside Edition is because I want to clear the air on that.
Is there anything else you'd like to clear the air on, or just anything you've seen that you felt was very odd or strange? I mean, it's a good place to do it because we'll definitely put this out there in long form. So is there anything that you would like to share on behalf of perceptions of Ruby or perceptions of extended family or this whole situation?
Well, I would like to say that as far as I'm aware, the Frankie side of the family has had really limited contact with Ruby and Kevin. My family specifically, we had kind of a falling out around when I was born. Ruby was really critical of my mom when one of my siblings was going through cancer, and she obviously wasn't, she didn't receive that very well, and so that kind of distanced us a bit. And I think some of that kind of stuff also distanced them from some of the other Frankies as well. That and Kevin, to my understanding, not really reaching out to them particularly often either. Um, so I can't speak for Ruby's side of the family, because I've never met them before. I don't know if anyone else in my family or the Frankie side of the family. I think my dad and some of his brothers probably have. Well, I mean, for anyone who thinks that what Ruby did was typical, Mormon behavior, it's not. Uh, that's something I've seen circulating around on the internet. That's, as someone who was a member, that's not even something that the church would even consider, and I don't know why any church would. Um, she, oh gosh, yeah, I'm just remembering I read that article recently about the honey peppers and stuff that they found. That was awesome. I don't know if you've seen that.
To go off of that, have you ever heard of Jody Hildebrandt before all of this?
I didn't know who she was before she met Ruby. We had kind of heard through the grapevine. I think somebody, I think like my Aunt Eileen or somebody brought it up on their family group chat, um, when Ruby and them started connections. Um, we were suspicious of Jody. We didn't really know anything about like her reputation, um, and kind of her background and things.
What are your general thoughts about where things stand today, almost a month after the arrest?
I still am kind of hoping that the book gets thrown at both of them, especially Jody, because hearing like some of the things that she had with some of her previous clients about breaking like doctor-patient confidentiality and stuff like that, it's like she shouldn't have a license anymore. And for starting this group with my aunt that is really cultish from the sounds of it, I think she should get put away for a long time. As far as my aunt, I think she definitely needs to do time. I don't know what the future will hold for her, if this was maybe just her being led down the wrong path, but she needs to not be in public anymore. And as sad as I am to say it, I think Kevin should be arrested too. Me and my dad have been having a hard time believing that he had zero contact with his family, that he had no idea that, Ruby would leave them for long stretches of time. Because, he at least had to have stayed in contact with Sherry, because he was part of overseeing her, like her car and her student stuff at BYU. And so some of that had to have made its way through. So at the very least, I think he should be brought up on neglect charges, because that's not acceptable.
The fact that one thing I haven't seen people point out. Okay, Ruby and Kevin's kids went to a private Mormon school that they donated a chunk of money to, okay?
Yep.
Her 6-year-old forgets the lunch.
Yep.
The teacher's like, "Hey, can you bring lunch?" Ruby's like, "Nah," and don't give her food either.
Yep.
They didn't call CPS?
Right.
It's a school.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, any normal public school that isn't a private Mormon one is going to be calling CPS.
Yeah, very.
Like, you're
very
telling me
possibly.
to deny your child food and you won't bring her food, and it's a 6-year-old's responsibility to pack her lunch, and if she doesn't, then she's in trouble, which means you take away food?
Yeah.
Like, that would immediately set off red flags, and I know for a fact they would intervene. I know that.
Maybe they wouldn't have taken the kids, but they would have probably stopped by the house to see what's going on.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Which CPS was called at one point and nothing happened. But I'm wondering who called CPS and for what? Was it that or was it something else?
Well, you got to remember, too, and I think that's another good reason why we can look at why this situation went on so long, because when you're looking at their image, they had it together, dude. They had everything put together. They lived in a nice house. I'm sure they had any amount of food they need. They were driving nice vehicles. Everything was clean. Like, when I say nice, I'm not meaning an expensive place and car. I'm saying it looks well taken care of is what I mean. Even their yard looks taken care of. Like, that is not a common MO for people that are taking advantage of and abusing children. So I'm sure when CPS went there, right away, that's going to be hard to start seeing those things. You would have really had to dig into, what they're doing for punishment, how they manage those situations and things like that. And maybe they wouldn't get that with one call. They wouldn't see enough to really invade their privacy. I don't know.
Right. You're not going to see physical evidence around the house of abuse. You're going to see a family that looks healthy and rich.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And for the most part, like, their house looks completely normal. Like, when the kid got his room taken away, he just slept on the floor, but everything else stayed the same.
Yeah,
So
I get it. But it's
Yeah.
super interesting. You got to check it out after
I
this.
will.
You guys, you will have probably seen cuts of it, but check it out. I think it's really interesting. And this kid just seems like, man, a super nice younger kid, kind of nerdy. You can tell he doesn't have a whole lot of life experience, just the way he's communicating with the person who's interviewing him, who clearly does have experience working with people. I just found it super interesting. So let me know what you think. Leave some comments below. And yeah.
remember we covered the deadly fentanyl Bronx daycare last week.
Yeah.
Horrible. A 1-year-old passed away, and it was just tragic. They found a kilo of fentanyl hidden in a trap door under the floorboards. There was residue on the nap mats. 3 other kids OD'd. Actually, you know, there was another one that went home, and the mom noticed that they were acting strange, and she got him medical attention. I think it was a boy.
So who knows how many were actually
She picked him up
exposed
early.
to it.
That little boy got picked up early, and that's how he got help, because his mom noticed.
Gosh,
I know.
that is
Just so horrible. I don't know what goes through one's mind to make a daycare a front for a drug operation, but 2 more have been arrested. So remember, the husband showed up. So, you know, he shows up empty-handed. He comes out with hands full of bags and runs. Well, they arrested him on a bus, Felix Herrera Garcia, while he was on a bus in Sinaloa, Mexico.
Yeah, in Mexico.
He had
saw
already booked it across the border.
Yeah. I mean, that's no joke. They knew what was going to happen. I mean, what were they even thinking? Look, if you're a criminal, like, we have a past. I get it. But, dude, around kids, oh, man, you deserve everything that you got coming to you. And that's the reason why they hunted him down in Mexico. And I'm glad they did. I'm glad they caught him. That is just disgusting that parents trusted this couple and this daycare to watch their kids, and they had fentanyl, deadly amounts of fentanyl, on or near or in the air, where it's exposing it to the children, to these toddlers, dude.
Just having fentanyl in the same building as children you're putting them in danger. You're putting their lives in danger. Having it in the same building as anybody, honestly, is putting them in danger without proper safety, you know?
Yeah, it gets me worked up, man. That is just the stupidest thing you can do. I feel like, what did they do? Sit around a round table and like, hey, let's make the stupidest decision that we can while dealing dope, you know?
I know. So, this all happened. He's been wanted since September 15th. Is when all this went down, and he got arrested this past Tuesday. His wife, Gray Mendez, was already in custody. She was the one who owned Divino Nino. Well, there's also another man that was arrested, and this is Renny Antonio Parade.
Okay.
I think. Parade. So, he was also arrested, and I think they're alleging he's like the distributor.
Okay.
Because they raided his apartment and took a bunch of stuff. They said they found shopping bags containing tools and instruments that are used to prepare and distribute them, including strainers, tape, grinder, plastic bags, and digital scales. Also Ziploc bags with grayish powder and a rectangular brick-shaped package.
Okay.
Which they said contained
So-
narcotics. They didn't say fentanyl for some reason. They just said narcotics.
Does it say what they believed the couple was?
These are the pictures.
So do they believe the couple manufactured it and like cut it, or was the couple just there to hide it because it was a daycare and they,
I don't
in
know.
their stupid minds, thought that, hey, what a great cover, let's hide my dope in a daycare.
I don't know that they've really announced that. They just said that he played an instrumental role in this operation, and that they were trafficking dope. I mean, that's basically it. They say what they found, and they had a pill press in Brito's, the one that was renting the room, supposedly, in his room. He literally had a pill press.
Okay, so this is actually a fourth person you're talking about then.
Yes, I
Got
said
it.
2 more people had been
Got
arrested.
it,
So
okay.
initially it was Gray and Brito
Got it.
that were arrested.
Yep.
Okay, so the wife and the owner of the daycare and the man that rented the room. Now, her husband fled after she called while the kids were there overdosing. Her first instinct was to call her husband to get rid of evidence, and he booked it to Mexico instead of getting the kids medical attention.
Yeah. I can't, like I said, I can't think of a worse situation, and I am being as honest as I can be. I cannot think of a worse setup. Like, just what an awful decision, dude.
Yeah, so they also showed that there were envelopes that bore a red stamped name that said Red Dawn.
Okay.
What does that mean?
So, when it comes to dope, there is always, like, where it comes from and
Yeah.
what farm it comes from or what laboratory it comes from, normally because they're stamped. So it used to literally be with wax, but I know that a lot of them have moved to ink stamps. Sometimes it's press stamps, but I would assume maybe that is their company name, their dope name.
Interesting.
Is my guess.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think the agencies involved, like all the people, they're trying to get as many people, I think, as they can through this. I wonder
mean,
if any
yeah.
of them end up snitching. That's
it
what I'm
kinda
curious
sounds
about.
like that is what happened.
Yeah, I don't know if they did. I don't know how big this guy is. They say that
man,
it's.
I mean,
they're
a
all
kilo
members.
of fentanyl is a lot.
No, I know that. They're saying this is a ring of traffickers. Clearly, it's a lot. Clearly, it's a legit ring with ties to the. But, like, I don't know how high up in the food chain
Sure.
Paraday is, or the Mendezes are, the couple. Who's higher than the other?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know.
were they selling it to him and then he was distributing it? They had a pill press. Like,
Yeah.
who's doing what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't really show that if there's a hierarchy or if they're all just doing the same thing together.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I would assume it's probably that.
They're all doing the same
Yeah.
thing together.
Yep. And even if one of them is like the main contact, doesn't really matter. They're all doing the same thing. They all agreed either up front or in passing to allow this stuff to be around children, so they all deserve to be in jail forever.
Absolutely.
Yep.
They definitely do. And
a kid lost his life because of it, so.
yeah, and it sounds like 4 more almost did too.
Yeah.
Babies.
Yeah.
They were literally babies. They were all under the age of 3.
Yeah.
One was literally like not even a year old. And the one that died was a year old, which is just tragic. But I think as a PSA, I feel the need to say, if you live in America or Mexico or anywhere that's having this problem, have Narcan. They make nasal sprays, they make shots, have both. Have a kit in your car or your home, because you just don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
Yeah, and having Narcan will save you. So if you ever came across like carfentanil, and that's the like fentanyl on it's like 100 and something times the strength of fentanyl. And when cops are even around it, like it gets in the air, they're checking somebody's pocket and pull their pocket inside out. If they had a little baggie in there, it can cause an OD like that, dude. It's scary stuff that a Narcan would fix it, would save you.
Yeah,
Yep.
you just don't know when something could happen, and it could happen to somebody around you. It could not even be you. Like, it could seriously save some people's lives.
Yep.
And if these idiots had kept Narcan around their freaking fentanyl trafficking,
Yeah.
hub, then these kids would be alive. Like, how stupid. You're not even worried about yourself?
Yeah,
Like, even as a
agree.
preservation?
Yeah,
Just so weird not to have Narcan around when you have a kilo of fentanyl.
I agree.
What?
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to update on that because I'm really glad that they caught these two idiots and that they're all going to be held accountable, and hopefully they'll catch more. It's such a problem right now. Like, ODs are happening not even of drug addicts.
Yeah.
Like, there's already an epidemic with drug addicts dying in America, and now it's like people who aren't.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
victim of circumstance.
Yep.
But I want to know what you think. And yeah, it's just condolences to the kid's family still.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least they're getting justice, though.
Mm-hmm. So this one is super interesting. It is a semi-play off of one of the topics that we talked about last week, and it's added to it. So, New Mexico man charged with attempted murder in shooting at protest over Spanish conquistador statue. So, I'm not going to get too much into the
What?
details of the statue, but apparently it has caused some major issues locally where the local government planned to move this statue from one location to another, and the local sheriff or police chief had made a statement and said, this is going to cause problems, and they did it anyways. Well, apparently it caused problems, and I don't know the story behind that, with this just being a breaking update. It doesn't give all of those details, but there were two factions of people that were protesting this and unhappy with it, and some were happy with it, clearly. Well, a fight broke out in this, and there's a video of it. I wish I could show you guys, but I can't clip this in. But there's like 5 people trying to wrestle what looks like this gun from this guy, and he hops over a wall, pulls it out, and pop, shoots the guy that was trying to like hold him in a headlock. And this is in New Mexico. So they arrested this guy. They charged him with attempted murder. I don't know if that will stick. That could be an overcharge so that he accepts a plea of a lesser charge. I don't know. But what's interesting is one thing we just talked about. It was either last week or the week before. The New Mexico governor issued a ban on all firearms, on all guns. And New Mexico is an open carry state, and they essentially said, hey, we're no longer an open carry state for the next 30 days. Sorry, guys, this is just what we're doing. And before that even had gone on for a few days, we covered that topic, all right? Well, the ban went into effect on September 8th, and she is now claiming that she did it to get people talking about gun control, not actually to bring down crime or anything like that. Well, within 3 days, a federal judge blocked it with an emergency order. And that's one thing we were asking about. Like, I've never heard of this before, without getting too political here, because we're true crime. We aren't going to the political aspects, but guns are such such a big deal in crime and get used so often in a lot of the crime stories we tell, that I found this super interesting. But so 3 days after she came out with that ban, a federal judge came in and blocked it with an emergency order. So next week, the conversation will continue with U.S. District Judge David Urias hearing arguments over whether the governor's public ban should remain blocked while the lawsuit against it plays out. They literally brought a lawsuit against that ban on firearms. And I also heard some people that had responded on that video that are locals there. Apparently, sheriffs, law enforcement, everybody was refusing to follow the ban.
Not surprised by that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not that surprised by it either. I found it super interesting, though, and we pondered that day, could that actually bring crime down? You know, I think that when you have a governor that's trying to highlight gun control and trying to change things in their state or whatever, promoting like all this gun violence stories. We're seeing so much coming out of New Mexico right now. It's wild. And I want to know what your guys' thoughts are on it.
Sounds like it increased gun violence.
I mean, I would think so. I would think that, look, we've seen it time and time again where people do the opposite of whatever law enforcement, government is trying to control with the war on drugs and everything else. So I bet if you have a governor that comes out and says, hey, ban on all guns, we are an open carry state, but just kidding. And then you have law enforcement who's saying, we're not following that. Everybody's going to grab their gun, dude. Everybody will, just to do it in response of them feeling like their rights are being trampled on.
I just also think that Americans are tired of their politicians not doing what they want them to do. Like, not giving us what we're asking for, like what we elected you to do. So, you know, if that state is an open carry state and enjoys that right, then just coming in and being like, all right, we're having a trial period of 30 days, no guns. Like, if most people there enjoy that right and use that right, then of course they're not going to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah. And I do think that it could increase the crime without, like, touching on the politics, because I don't want to go down the politics. So I do think that that could increase crime because of people wanting to carry that don't normally carry, you know?
Tensions will go up, for sure, like among the public that are upset with it.
Yeah,
like those
I mean, it
tensions
could.
will raise.
Yeah, I think it absolutely could. I just found it super interesting because we were wondering when we were talking about it, like, what is going to come of this? I've never heard of this before. Could this actually decrease gun violence, you know?
Yeah.
Because they were showing all kinds of crimes. I think we talked about 2 last week or the week before, and there's a couple more here. Could it actually decrease that? I don't know, but I do feel like the governor should manage this in the way that's acceptable for the people there. Otherwise, I do agree. I think it could increase it, not decrease it. So
yeah, I'm super curious. That would actually be a really interesting study, like to do something like that with an open carry state and make it not open carry for a trial period and then see what happens.
As long as the people in the state are willing to do it. That's the big thing there.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just force people like, hey, I know I'm your elected governor and you guys love your guns, but I think it's going to decrease this, so I'm going to ban it. You know, that's I think it's too far, and I think a lot of the other people there did too. If you want to go through this, then go through the proper channels of getting people behind you, letting your people know what's going on, you know, in these situations, because ultimately the goal is to decrease crime rates. And I think everybody wants that.
Yeah.
There's not, even I bet criminals out there that have families, they probably want it, the crime rate decreased, you know what I mean? They don't want to worry about their loved ones getting hurt out there or getting caught by a stray bullet. But I do think it needs to go through the proper channels. So curious what you guys think. There was a high comment rate on that initial video, so I'm hoping you guys give some more input here. I love the input from locals that are from that area and understand it even better than we do, that I can just understand from an article, you know? That's
Yeah.
all I really have. So, yeah, let us know.
Yeah, for sure. I want to know what people think about it too, like what the outcome of something like this could be.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, a Pennsylvania state trooper has been arrested and charged with felony strangulation, unlawful restraint, false imprisonment, simple assault, recklessly endangering another person, and official oppression.
What?
You want to know why?
Yeah.
Well, look at this picture. This is him, okay? He is a married man, and that is his mistress. Apparently, they had some kind of spat. I mean, I don't know what it was about, but she's out in this forest going for a walk. He shows up, and he calls 911 or something, and he tries to use his being a state trooper to get her admitted to a psych ward. Like 5150 her,
What?
put her in a psych ward, and she's not willing, obviously. And the video is kind of crazy. She's sitting there, like, he's sitting on top of her. She's laying there. He's sitting on top of her, and she says that he tackled her. He tackled her, attacked her, and was then sitting on top of her. And she's like, what did I even do? Like, looks at the camera person and is like, would you do this? Like, like, I've never had anybody do this to me before. And what did I do wrong? Like, it's sad. And she suffered injuries to her forehead, torso, back, buttocks, forearms, knee, lower body. Like, he did attack her.
Jeez.
The attack wasn't all on camera. It was mostly him pinning her down afterwards.
Who's recording? Does it say?
It's a stander-by, I think.
Just
it was
a
just
standby
somebody.
person?
Yep.
What? And he's just comfortable doing that out in the open?
Apparently, she was just like at,
Gosh.
I mean, some kind of forest, like in a public area, walking. Clearly they were texting and having some kind of fight. He used her text messages out of context to try to get her admitted, and he did. She was in there for 5 days without having any warning signs of being like unstable, like gonna harm herself. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So
he's probably regretting it now. I would assume they're going to hold him accountable.
yeah, this is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Oh yeah, she said he was making her look insane, like on purpose. And it's just such an abuse of power, like obviously. And I feel like he's an extreme, like there's no way he can be a cop after this.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way. He can't be. I mean, he's facing a lot of charges. Clearly he won't be. But that makes me concerned about the way he's treated people before this. I know that's it. I know there's an emotional connection there because this is like his mistress, and they were having a fight, but that shows that he's willing to abuse power.
Yep.
It shows that he can't control his emotions, and he has some kind of obsession issue, clearly.
Yeah.
So it's like, what has he done with his power and authority in the past?
Yeah, in other situations. No, I feel the same way, and that's why when we look at officers, that's why when we look at people that are in the Justice Department and systems like judges, anybody who works in the legal system, anything that has anything to do with that, where you're in a position of power over people or a person in general society, you need to be judged harshly when you do something that breaks that respect of the general public and general population. Because with law enforcement, like, I do this anyways, but most of the time, their position requires you to have a certain level of trust, even when you don't know them. That's just what the badge gives. That's just what the title gives. I suggest people always try and verify, like if there's cops at your door, don't open the door type thing. Find out what's going on first.
Yeah.
One, you don't even know if it's a real cop. Tons of serialists have dressed up as cops.
So scary.
Yeah, and... but I try and always side with law enforcement in these situations until there is proof that you can't anymore. And this is one of those situations where, you know, this is enough evidence to prove this guy now needs to be judged and graded very harshly in this situation.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
it sounds like they're doing the right thing, which good for that office, that law enforcement office.
Yeah. I mean, because this could have got covered up, maybe, possibly. Like, I don't know if the video went viral or not, or if it is just now since he's been arrested. But he was arrested this past Thursday, and he did this August 21st.
Okay.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
So I think this video is getting released because he was arrested. And I don't think it went viral first. So that means it probably could have been covered up if they wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, it could be. Sometimes investigations take a while. It's not uncommon for an investigation to take a month, you know.
I think it did. I was just saying if they wanted to, because it wasn't out on the internet for everybody to watch, where they would be holding the police department accountable, or, I mean, state trooper. It's not like just the police department. But,
no, I was just letting the viewers know in that situation.
Yeah, I'm sure that,
So, yeah. No, it's super interesting for sure.
But if I didn't say his name, it's Ronald Davis. So, crazy. Just so crazy.
It is, and our law enforcement just needs to do better, honestly. We've seen quite a few different situations where law enforcement has not really taken the right approach. And look, there's a difference between people making mistakes and making these huge mistakes. If I saw a law enforcement article where it sounds like a police officer made a mistake, an honest mistake, I would not post that article and judge that officer harshly, because they're going to make mistakes just like all people out there. But there are certain mistakes that you have to be held accountable to. Like that one story we covered where that cop got caught on camera with a ton of children around, and he's hooking up with a girl in his uniform, in his cop car, in the area where kids could see and kids are around. Or a situation like this where a cop is going out of their way to abuse their power and abuse a person, you know. He was restraining her, and he wasn't in uniform. She didn't break the law, so that's kidnapping. Like,
yeah, it is.
You know,
it is. And
you can't just grab a person and stop them and hold them hostage because you want them to stop doing something. That's not how it works.
Yeah, so she's actually made a comment that she didn't expect it to be a political football, and I'm thinking, like, I just heard about this. It was a political football? Like, what, people were not believing her? But she said she just wanted to clear her name. And this video was published by the Dauphin County District Attorney's Office.
Great.
So
it sounds like they're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So hat off to you.
Yeah, for sure. And I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, that's so blatant and in public. Like, why do you guys think he would do that and take that risk? Like, even if you're a corrupt cop, normally you don't take that risk of doing it out in public like that.
I know.
Did he just lose it? He just couldn't.
Yep. Like a crime of passion.
Yeah, but they say he literally launched a campaign. Like, I don't know what that entails, but that's the verbiage that was, or that's the words they used. Was launched a campaign to get her admitted.
I'm sure he might have, and he probably launched a campaign to bury this stuff, because the difference is when you're emotionally involved in a situation and it's the biggest deal in the world, and you're so invested in that situation, once you calm down, once your adrenaline comes down later, a couple hours later, you're going to look back and be like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have done that, man. That was a bad idea. And then all of a sudden you're scared. What am I going to do? This looks horrible. There was a guy there recording me. What about my job? What is my boss going to think about this? What is my actual wife going to think about this? Like, you know what I mean? All these things start popping up. So, a lot of times, I mean, with a dishonest officer, I'm sure that looks like it's easier to just under the rug, you know?
Yeah.
So, crazy. Let us know what you think about it, though. So, taking a step back here, going back to Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt, did you see the articles where the judge had to force the medical records of the Frankie children to be released?
He had to force them?
Yep.
Like with a search warrant?
Yep.
Paul, prosecutors had been asking for these medical records for some time now, so why did it take the judge in the case so long to sign off on the subpoena?
Well, we do not have a specific answer for why it took so long. However, some legal analysts that we spoke with say that waiting a week or even more to get a signature on a document, not that uncommon in their world. And also he says that he is not surprised that the prosecution did not need those medical records right away. The prosecutors proposed the subpoena back on September 14th, but it wasn't signed off by Judge John Walton until the 25th, 11 days later. That might seem like a long time for a piece of paper to be signed, but former Salt Lake County Prosecutor Jeremy Diaz says it's really not. For instance, he says there was a judicial conference earlier this month, and the judges might not have been available to sign off on anything.
There's a real possibility that just part of it was related to the judicial conference. And then just kind of getting back to this backlog of stuff that had to be signed.
The subpoena specifically asked for hospital records about Ruby Frankie's children on or about August 30th. Diaz says the prosecution is likely looking for evidence of older injuries to establish a pattern of abuse. Hildebrandt's niece, Jessie Hildebrandt, told 2 News' Brian Schnee there is a pattern.
The things that I experienced while living with Jody, I experienced being tied, I experienced being duct taped, I experienced being blindfolded, I experienced severe isolation. These are not new. These are not, this is a pattern that Jody has been engaged with for at least 14 years.
Diaz also says it's common in abuse cases for victims to reveal details to doctors that they did not reveal to investigators. Those statements are frequently found in medical records, although hearsay rules still apply.
I think you see that from time to time. Yes, people are going to maybe tell doctors something that they don't tell police, or maybe a doctor asks a specific question and it's a response to a question that the doctor asked that maybe the officer doesn't ask.
All of this information could be very helpful to the prosecution if the Frankie children don't want to testify. He says prosecutors frequently let abuse victims avoid taking the witness stand.
You have them get up there and testify. They have to confront their parent. Do you want to put them back through that trauma?
No, I didn't see that.
Yep. So, it took like 14 days, and because there's so many eyes on this case, there were a lot of people judging this situation really harsh and saying things like, why did the judge wait 14 days? Is there something with the judge that, we need to question or worry about?
That's standard.
It is standard. It is. So the judge is not only focused on this one single case period. The judge is managing multiple things, has multiple other duties, and things that a judge has to do and see and sign and give attention to. So the order was submitted, and it took roughly 14 days, but the judge did sign it. So the Frankie children's medical records, all of them, are going to be released to the court, the prosecution, and I think that's amazing because it shows us that they are actually investigating this the way they should. You know, people were worried, like, are they going to look into everything? Are they going to look back into the YouTube videos? Are they actually going to push in a way that's going to show people across the U.S. that, hey, this Jody situation is awful, like one of the worst things we've seen, but all this other time when they were on YouTube is wrong too.
Yeah, I feel like that's been like the biggest thing I've been saying this whole time is like it didn't just start with Jody.
Agreed.
And that's why I felt like Kevin was complicit the whole time. He was there, man. They
I agree.
Abused their children together.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't at his hands and it was mostly at Ruby's, he was right there next to her.
Yeah, I agree. You got to be able to be a confident enough person when you're a parent and an adult to be able to, even to the person you're married to, step up and say, hey, calm down. This isn't right. We need to go talk. We need to figure this out, and we need to figure out another plan because this isn't okay. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I don't think any of that was ever going on in this situation. One thing that I thought about when I was watching this video is oh, that's weird. Why are they releasing all the medical records to both parties when they have the kids there? And one of the statements that they were making is that in a case like this, they do everything they can not to re-traumatize the children. So more than likely, they are not going to be taking the statements of the children. Or, I mean, they'll take the statements. They won't be calling them to the stand, which I thought was an awesome thing. I didn't even consider how traumatizing that could be, having to be on a stage with who knows if there's going to be cameras in there, a whole bunch of people in the court, facing your parents that you have now found out were abusing you, and having to tell the story in detail in court. That alone would be so traumatizing.
Yeah, the medical records probably will involve, like, psychiatric evaluation and what they said to the psychiatrist.
If they believe that.
They said to the psychiatrist, and also the physical evidence, like, of, you know, the wounds and things like that.
Yeah.
And malnourishment. But I'm assuming that's what they're going to get, statements and also, like, psychiatrists to come take the stand for the kids.
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's very possible. I just thought it was commendable seeing that it's managed like that. You know, we don't cover children's cases a lot of times, and that's interesting because I have one tonight that I'm going to be covering, and you know, they don't include names most of the time or pictures or any of the details or anything like that, which rightfully so, they shouldn't, you know. So we don't cover them a lot of times until they hit 18 or are considered an adult. But yeah, I thought that was commendable because I can't imagine how traumatizing that would be to them, facing their parents after probably not seeing them since this happened, since this kid broke out of Jody's house where, you know, his mom said it was okay he was there. Who knows if his dad said it was okay he was there. And he felt like his life and his siblings' lives were in danger and had to run down the street in socks to get help from a neighbor, and then not seeing them since that point, and then having to face them in court and retell your story. Oh my gosh, man.
I know.
I'm glad that the court system is treating them better than their parents did.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Agreed.
Horrible.
I'm glad they really take that heavily into consideration, and I'm glad.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. It's I didn't realize it. It was new information for me, so I just thought that was super interesting, so.
Yeah.
It's good.
It is great. It's a great thing.
Yeah. But that is it. I'm curious what you guys think. We're going to stay updated on the Ruby, Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt stuff because we want to make sure they get convicted.
Yeah, for sure.
Real.
It's disturbing.
Yeah.
Those kids deserve justice, and I know it may not feel like that to them right now. they won't understand the half of it, but they will when they get older. And, you know, they clearly have a lot of family who do love them and care about them, and, you know, older siblings that were trying to get them help that left and realized what was going on and what was wrong. So, yeah, I just hope that they're getting all the support they need right now, and they're in a very safe, nurturing environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that is it for breaking news, true crime
Edition.
updates. What? Edition?
Yeah.
What's a?
It's
how does
true
that
crime
work?
breaking news. You said breaking news, true crime. You said it backwards, so I said true crime edition.
Yeah, gotcha.
Like the
I didn't-
true crime edition.
Yep, I didn't pick that up, but I gotcha. That's funny. So now we will be moving into our case files. Thought Riot case files.
Case files. That's what
That's
it.
it.
When I was looking at you when you said that, that's what it looked like you were doing. Case files.
Oh, I talk with my eyebrows a lot, so
It just looked funny.
yeah, the eyebrow club.
It reminded me of the cartoon picture of you from last podcast with the taped
What,
eyebrows
the taped
podcast
eyebrows?
where you were like
That was so funny. Yeah.
where you were doing this and your face looked all smushed.
Yeah, that was super funny. It's on one of our TRL episodes, the true crime talk show episodes. I think it was
Live
like
stream.
2 episodes ago, and it's online. It will be on Spotify and YouTube, but yeah, check it out. It's super funny. It is really, really, really funny.
We just paused at like the best possible frame.
Yeah.
And Brendan's face looks super funny.
Yeah. In Taylorsville, Utah, Tuesday, the early morning hours of Tuesday, September 20th of 2022, officers were dispatched to a Taylorsville home near the 4800 South and 3400 West block, for an assault call. A local resident called 911 at 3:50 a.m. Okay?
You don't have the date, you just know it was a Tuesday in September.
Yeah, September 20th.
Oh,
Tuesday,
you did
September
say-
20th,
you're right.
2022.
You did say
Yep.
that.
So, when cops rolled up here, okay, so taking a call like that's pretty vague. When cops roll up here, they found 2 adults in their 30s to 40s laying outside of the house with over 40 stab wounds.
Gosh.
Yeah. So, when I first started reading this, obviously with all the stabbing cases we've covered recently, I was like, what is this? And there are some wild details to this, you guys, like some really wild details. Now, the downside is they very, very clearly have the suspect of who did it, okay?
Why is that the downside?
Because the suspect is under 18. So, not a lot of details we can give out. I'm using an alias. I'm going to call him John, just something basic. But this was a 15-year-old kid.
What was that his parents?
No, it was not. So,
Oh.
cops roll up, find 2 adults in their 30s to 40s laying outside with a ton of stab wounds. They're standing out there with one of their neighbors who had called, 2 neighbors, the husband and wife, who had called 911. Who were those 2 people? The cops find out that those 2 people are JJ and Ashley Dasher, all right? Who also, side note, have a 10-year-old child who is on the spectrum,
Oh my
okay?
gosh.
And in the house, and get this, during the whole commotion, and we'll get to that part, during the whole commotion, luckily that child doesn't wake up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, incredible. In a bad situation, you just look for a little bit of light, I guess.
Yeah, at least he didn't have to witness that.
Right. I can't imagine being
10?
10 on the spectrum,
Even just 10.
Well,
I
the
get the
reason why I say
spectrum
on the spectrum is so important because they need the same atmosphere and people
Right.
around them, and like these are their people, man. You know, this is their family. These are their people that they depend on and find comfort in, and there's a bond there that they could never have with anyone else. They've been together their entire life, you know what I mean? So just seeing something like that, I'm sure that would have been something that stayed with them forever. So, what happened, right? Let's get down to what happened here that caused these two adults to be laying outside with over 40 stab wounds. And this has some oddly similar details to other knife cases, but I think there are some very important differences here too. But so we have a 15-year-old boy, okay, named John for this story. Now, John doesn't have any criminal past. Super strange. Super strange, in my opinion. John goes to sleep that night like normal bedtime hours, and wakes up at 1 a.m., okay? And this is John's firsthand account. No one knows but John, right? So validity behind this, who knows? But it seems genuine, but you never know who's a true sociopath, who's not. Nature versus nurture. There's only so much of his past we can get. So he wakes up at 1 a.m., bam, and sweating, shaky, and has an unpalatable urge to hurt somebody. His description: can't think of anything else but hurting somebody, almost like a trance-like state, all right? So he explains to the cops in a statement later that he gets up, starts getting dressed like he's going to school, but he was aware enough to put on all dark, all black colors, grabs a bag, goes and grabs his dad's pocket knife and grabs a huge knife out of the kitchen, okay? So he has two knives in his hands with his backpack on like he's going to school in all dark clothing. Hits the street and starts what sounds like to me hunting, okay? And really strange coming from a kid with no violent background and history or anything like that, at least that I can tell. Normally when you have a child who is a part of a crime like this, there will be some kind of background and history, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he goes out hunting, and one of the things he does is he starts checking car door handles, starts checking house doorknobs, and this is why we always say, and we've covered quite a few cases where lock your doors, you guys. Lock your doors. Get cameras if you can, but absolutely lock your doors, right? Always. So
seriously,
he goes around checking doorknobs, okay? And he goes on to say he's never felt an urge like this. The entire time this was going on, he was shaking and jittery and almost felt like he wasn't in control of himself. Really, really strange,
like
right?
life's a video game, like he's disassociated.
Kind of, yeah. That's one of the things that I was wondering too, but my lack of experience, like we know quite a bit about psychology, not to where I'm a psychologist or anything, just
an
personal interest. Yeah.
Psychologist, yeah.
And is that a common thing? You know, does somebody go into mania that causes them to wake up, be disconnected from reality to the point where a situation like this could happen? I don't know. But so he's checking doorknobs and car doors, and somebody sees him, okay? And he's out at right around 3 a.m. at this point. And he runs. Somebody says, "Hey, stop." He runs, and he has two knives, one in each hand, gets scared because the kitchen knife is a giant knife, like the big kitchen knife. You know, everyone out there who's watching, you guys know what the big kitchen knife is, the one you grab for cutting cakes and things like that. You know what I mean?
Cakes.
So, yeah, cakes.
That's what you use it for?
Yeah, absolutely. Who doesn't, you know? Gosh. So he he runs from the person and then pushes it into the ground, buries this knife, which after reading this, I am so glad that happened, okay? So he shoves that knife into the ground, goes back to checking door handles and knobs. From everything that I could tell, it seemed like he was out there for about an hour and a half doing this. He comes across JJ and Ashley Dasher's house, and their doors unlocked, and it's never unlocked. They said this was a one night off situation where they must have forgot to lock it. Yeah So he enters the house quietly and tries to get a feel of the house. You know, he's never been in there. He's never met these people before, which is another weird situation. That is so uncommon. So waking up with a desire to just hurt somebody and then go and search for random houses without knowing what's going to be on the other side of that door, it's just a really strange situation. So he enters the home. He starts like getting acclimated to the house, you know, kind of figuring, I assume, putting myself in that headspace, I assume you're trying to figure out where the doors are, you know, walking through.
Where are the people?
Or that, As he's walking through, he finds like a dish that has keys in it, a $20 bill. He doesn't say it's one of those everything dishes that you empty your pockets in, but it had car keys. It had a $20 bill in it. I assume that's when you walk in a house, you take out your keys and plop, you know? Your wallet, whatever. He grabs the $20 bill, he grabs the keys, and he continues looking through the house. And after getting a rough understanding of the layout of the house, he said he felt an urge that it was time. And he charges to the master bedroom with his dad's pocket knife out, small pocket knife. Again, I am so happy somebody saw him and he buried that knife, stuck it in the ground. But he charges into the bedroom, and that wakes up JJ. JJ, he said that the only thing he can remember is he just felt something was off and woke up
like
right away.
Something's coming.
Yeah, and woke up out of a dead sleep and immediately saw him. And at least based off JJ's account, and it even gives me chills talking about it, JJ, without thinking, okay, like the kid had just got into their room. Without even thinking, they literally charge at each other. So JJ says, "Get out!" And John, who we're calling John, the 15-year-old boy, yells at the top of his lungs, "Die! Die!" And he goes to start stabbing this guy. This is a full-grown man, and you guys will have seen pictures as we're talking through this. He doesn't look like he's out of shape or anything. He looks like he is in pretty good shape, you know, for a guy that's in his 40s. And he's dealing with a 15-year-old boy, which again makes me wonder if it's like a mental issue, because a lot of times in mania, you guys, your brain can override our auto restraints on our muscles. So I think, I forget what the exact stat is, but I think that we only use like 40 or 50% of what our muscles can do, because our body protects our bones and muscles from extreme tears and things like that. So when you're going through a psychotic break, though, your brain can override that. So you're way stronger than you are. That's why you hear of people that are on, you know, PCP that have 10 officers fighting them because it's overridden that, and they have double the strength they normally would, literally throwing men across the parking lot or whatever. So they charge each other, and JJ is doing everything he can to fight this kid off. This kid is stabbing him. JJ yells to his wife, "Get out of here, get out of here." And JJ's at least hurt enough to be dropped to the ground. The wife runs past him to go run outside and call 911, and John, the kid, turns and runs right after her. And Immediately, as soon as she passes him, he turns and starts stabbing her. And unfortunately, she gets the worst of it in this situation. And she runs from the master bedroom, okay, all the way down the hall, left out of the house, all the way across the street to a neighbor's house. Maybe a light was on there. Maybe that is the closest house. I'm not sure. But the entire time, the kid is running behind her, stabbing her. The entire
That's what I was gonna
time,
ask.
dude. That I'm assuming, just guessing in my head, that's
Wait.
at least 15 or 20 seconds. He is nonstop running behind her and stabbing her. She ends up
What?
having over 20 wounds, in herself.
So not just chasing, like literally stabbing her as they're both running?
Yes, as the John and Ashley is
Yeah.
running, yes. And she gets over to the neighbor's house and is screaming, help, 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 help. Knocking on the door, hitting the doorbell. And the kid continues just laying into her. An over excessive amount, but luckily the neighbor wakes up, the husband and wife couple, and he goes to the door because I can only assume, being that neighbor, if I woke up to that, I'd be like, oh my gosh, what is going on here,
Can't
dude?
even imagine.
Yeah, like 911 would already be called before I got there. That'd be like, phone, let's go check it out, phone, gun, go. But he gets to the door and sees what's going on, and she had collapsed by then and is leaning up against his front door. He can't open the door to get to her. John is still attacking her. A horrible, horrible, horrible situation. So the neighbor, being a great neighbor, super brave in my opinion, runs around the side, around his house and to the front, and is on the phone with 911, and John gets scared off, and John takes off, all right? So 911 is on their way, and this is where 911 then encounters JJ and Ashley. They go to work on JJ and Ashley first, okay? So they prioritize the victims, which amazing job. I think sometimes cops can get in the habit of chasing the victim first, not the suspect first, just because that's like what they do most of the time. Well, this cop, and it says in the article that he intentionally stayed back to help them, which is amazing, and gets the paramedics there, and they start working on them, which they both survive.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they both survive this situation. John takes off, and the cops go to work, right? And both of them are sent to the hospital and airlifted. Both of them go through surgery, and both of them eventually recoup from their wounds. And I'll slice in a video here of them talking.
JJ Dasher was sound asleep Tuesday morning when he says something stirred him awake.
I kind of half opened my eyes and there was a figure just standing right over her bed.
At first, he thought he was dreaming.
I immediately just flew out of bed screaming and started punching him, but at the same time he's stabbing me.
JJ says he was stabbed 12 times. His right lung collapsed. Then the attacker turned on his wife, Ashley.
I screamed at her to run. She ran out of the house towards the neighbors. He was still stabbing her as she was running all the way to the neighbor's porch, still stabbing her.
Luckily, Ashley's screams woke up the Hathaways next door.
She came screaming, and that's what woke us up. So we jumped out of bed, immediately called 911.
Police arrived within a minute, and the attacker fled. An hour later, officers took a 15-year-old boy into custody. Ashley says she would have died on her neighbor's porch if they hadn't acted so fast.
They weren't there. Like, this piece so different, but I'm really thankful for them.
Every night, the Dashers lock their front door before going to bed, except for this past Monday. They tell us the 15-year-old just let himself into their home because the door was unlocked.
We just turned out we forgot that night. But now we're going to definitely be more diligent, probably set up some more security.
After being in the hospital for more than 2 days, the Dashers just want to be with their 10-year-old son.
He's nonverbal autistic, and luckily he just slept through it. Even though it was extremely loud.
If JJ could talk to the teen who randomly decided to attack him and his wife, he says he would just ask one question: why?
I don't think I'm mad at him. He must be in an unfortunate situation. I don't know if it's mental health issues, abusive household. I don't know.
With JJ on the mend, he may be discharged as early as Thursday night. Ashley will likely stay in the hospital for a few more days. In Taylorsville, Jenna Bree, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Wow, what a story. The Dashers have started a GoFundMe to cover the medical costs for both of their surgeries. You can find a link for that on our website.
Look like your average couple. What a horrible situation to not know this person and have a situation like this happen with your son, who already depends on you and has all that going on.
I cannot believe with them screaming like that and everything you just said that he slept through it. Like, that is the deepest sleeper ever.
I know. Even I probably would have woke up, and I'm a pretty deep sleeper. So the cops immediately, once they get the victims taken care of in this situation, they call everything. So they get dogs out here, they get drones out here, and they go to work. They block off the road. They start trying to track where he's at. Dogs pick up scents. They start searching everywhere. Get drones in the air, and they find him at a parking lot, and they approach with caution, and they're able to take him over. So with no additional harm to him, no additional harm to anyone else, he ends up turning himself in.
So he surrendered.
He surrendered. Yeah, he willingly surrendered, and the cops put that in there, which for me, trying to connect dots here, it's really strange. So this is in Utah, you guys, right? Yeah, Utah. So this is in Utah. So still kind of that northwestern area that we're seeing a lot of stabbings coming out of, kind of, in that general area. Right. Which is why this stood out to me, because we've been working on the Northwest slasher here that you guys will see that, I know, super funny in the video. I called it Northeast slasher like 3 times, but I corrected it on the video, all right? But I had been doing research into this and trying to connect more dots and see, are there other areas? Is this truly only 1, 2, and potentially 3, right? Or could this be somebody traveling? The more evidence you have, the more likely you are to make a connection in these cases. And who knows, maybe you drop off Idaho4 and there are other cases that can be connected, and all these can be, solved through that. You never know. But in my research, I find this. And I thought this was incredible and made me ask a whole bunch of questions of why. This kid's statement is very strange, not having a whole lot of criminal history, or from what I could see, not knowing these people. Those are two uncommon situations. And then waking up out of a dead sleep and just wanting to hurt somebody.
So you said he has no criminal past. He's only 15, so that's not like... I mean, what he did is crazy no matter what, obviously, and waking up out of dead sleep and wanting to hurt somebody. But, okay, he doesn't have a criminal past, but does he have, infractions on his school record? Was he getting mental health help? Was he a troubled child emotionally? I want to know all those things.
Look, I tried to find some of those things, and I also looked at the area, because sometimes you can tell, is this kid living in a bad area. And I looked all around there and I couldn't find anything that looks bad. That doesn't mean anything. Just to be clear, you guys, I know that doesn't mean anything. You could have a house that looks put together like Ruby Frankie and have trauma going on inside and abuse going on inside. I understand that, but those are one of the key indicators that you can look for visually that could give you a better understanding. Are they around a hard life? Are they around hard people, you know?
Yeah.
And none of that's going on from what I could tell. Now, with him being under 18, I couldn't get a whole lot of information. But some of the questions I did have was, we have an insane amount of knife crimes that are coming up in that general area of the U.S. from what I can tell. And why? Is there things being talked about that aren't known to police? Does this kid have a friend and that friend's brother is a part of something that has implanted an idea in his head? Because just imagine, you guys, that somebody didn't say, hey, stop, and he put that knife away. These two people would have been gone. I hope you guys understood like how thin that line was, that this could be a Sandra Ladd situation, a Jamie Lynn and Travis Juten situation,
a double homicide,
an Idaho4 situation. If he had two knives, would he have ended both people?
And then the boy.
And moved to the boy? And would this have gone to another house? Would he have snapped out of whatever this trance-like state he's claiming he was in, and got away with it? Like, do we know these things? And there's no way to know. But it makes me wonder, is there talk in the air that people are hearing that are causing some kind of curiosity? You know what I mean? Like, what is causing this statistical improbability in this area of the U.S.?
You got me.
Me too. I'm trying to figure it out here, and I hope you guys have some ideas. I would love to hear about it. I'd love to know what you guys think. Clearly, this person was caught, and it's far enough away from Sandra Ladd, the Jutens, Idaho4. There is no connection with him there, right? Because then I started thinking, wait, are there other crimes that maybe he did get away with, and this was a weird situation where he didn't have a knife that he wanted? I mean, you know what I mean? Just kind of going through the possibilities here.
Yeah. I also want to know, are there any other people who claim to have woken up out of a dead sleep and went and committed a crime or had urges to hurt people? Like, is there some kind of psychological condition? Like, what
that
could
psychologists
cause that?
could look out for or identify? Yeah.
Like, is it a schizophrenia thing, which doesn't make sense because he's only 15? Like, what could that be on a psychological level? Like, could there be something there with that could cause something like that? Was he possessed by a freaking demon? Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just checking all the boxes, going, yeah.
Okay, this is going way, way tin hat, okay? Like crazy tin hat.
Yeah.
But there's people, okay, that I've seen that supposedly works for military and government that claim they have those beams that can beam thoughts into your head.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. There's no way to confirm something like that without
but it's
having
like
a
way
machine.
tin hat. But
Yeah.
that does pop in my mind.
No,
like, is that a
absolutely.
possibility?
Absolutely. I think that ideas like that should come up in these situations. More than likely, though, I think we're looking at a mental health issue. I think you're right on that first one. But it's interesting, and I want to know more in these situations too, because is there something going on in society? Is there something going on with media? Could it be something related to tech use? Could it, there's a ton of different factors that are relatively new to the human race that could these things be heightening these types of behaviors. We see a major increase in knife crime, which is super uncommon in this way, in this specific way. There's a big difference between like getting into a bar fight and somebody has a knife on them and somebody gets stabbed, or somebody actively going out in the cover of dark with the intention of hurting someone in a murder one type way, you know, and that is a very uncommon, that mass murder type style knife crime is very uncommon, and we're seeing it over and over and over and over again. And I mean, Sandra Ladd, Jamie Lynn Jewton was not that long ago. It was 1 year back and then 1 year back from that, you know. It's been within the last 5 years.
Yeah, from Idaho4. So 2020, 2021 were their murders.
Yeah. It makes me wonder, you know.
This was 2020?
Yeah, 2022.
Oh.
2022.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
A 15-year-old, 2022.
15 is wild.
And that's another thing that stood out to me, too, is we were theorizing. So just pretending here, right, with the knife crimes, the Northwest slasher crimes, if those three were connected that we talked about, Sandra Ladd, the Jewtons, and Idaho4, could it be a situation, because the Idaho4 is so much further, even though there's a lot of other related stats in that when we broke it down on this, could it have been somebody that was under 18 for the first two, went to college, and then Idaho4 was them in college? You know what I mean?
Oh.
Right. Could that have been the evolution, and this is another start?
See, that's what I was saying. We need to look into Sandra Ladd's grandchildren and see if there's any of them that went to the University of
connection.
Idaho or Pullman, anything like that.
I agree. I think details like that could give us a lot, but I'm curious what you guys think. I am super happy that these two recovered completely, 100% and totally,
thank God,
with no lasting damage after one of them being stabbed over 20 times, you guys. That is incredible they're still here. Everything happened just perfectly for a really bad situation to happen and them come out of it essentially unscathed because they healed. You know what I mean?
Not unscathed, but...
Well, not unscathed, but got to a point of healing where there is no leftover damage or issues that they have to deal with.
Yeah, that's incredible, especially with him chasing her and stabbing her that many times. Like, it's just... this is like almost, I feel like, unheard of. Like, it's just so crazy. I'm really glad the boy's okay, that he didn't get hurt and he didn't see anything. But I can't even imagine how they talked to him about it after that. Like, because imagine a child and then finding out someone literally walked in your house and stabbed your parents. Imagine the paranoia and the fear after that.
I know. If they even let him in, it would depend on where he's at in on the scale. You know what I mean?
It would.
But let us know what you think. Let us know your deepest, darkest tin hat theories on this. Or help me understand the more psychological aspects that could make sense. What am I missing here? You know, because I'm not an expert in that area. And I lean on a lot of you viewers to help us out, help us understand these things. And I'm going to keep digging and trying to make connections with this crime style. But yeah, let us know.
Mm-hmm. So, I have seen it all over YouTube and the news that Suzanne Morphew's body was found. I had never heard of this case, okay? I was like, who is that?
Okay.
You know?
Yep.
But it was everywhere, so I was like, I have to look into it. So, what happened to Suzanne? I'm about to tell you.
Yeah. What happened?
So,
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Salina, Colorado, Mother's Day 2020. Suzanne was at home and she was texting her lover, her side piece, her boy toy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Suzanne was married to Barry Morphew. They had 2 daughters. The 2 daughters were away on a camping trip that day. And the night before, she had a nice dinner with Barry. And apparently they made love, according to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then went to bed. And then that morning, he got up early and went away about 3 hours away to a job site. He owned his own business. And so she was at home alone on Mother's Day. And she was texting her lover. The last picture she sent was a bikini picture to him. Mm-hmm. And then she went, maybe not, for a bike ride.
Okay.
Well, throughout the day, like, Barry sent her a text message saying Happy Mother's Day. She didn't answer. Her daughters were trying to get a hold of her because it was Mother's Day and they were on a camping trip. She didn't answer. Her daughters started getting concerned. Like, where is Mom? Why is she not answering? It's Mother's Day. We keep trying to get a hold of her. She won't answer.
Mm-hmm.
So they contact their father. Barry's 3 hours out of town and he's at a hotel at the time. And he calls the neighbors and he's like, Hey, we can't get a hold of Suzanne. Can you go over to the house and check to see if she's there? Her car is there. No sign of her anywhere. So Barry tells the neighbors to call the police.
Okay.
Well, the police end up finding at the bottom of a ravine nearby her bike. Just like thrown or crashed down a ravine.
Okay.
No sign of her anywhere. But when they check her car, her hydration pack, her sunglasses, her credit cards, various personal items, it's all there. So they're like,
which I guess
why?
You wouldn't take on a bike ride. But...
Well, she was new to mountain biking, but was taking it seriously. So they thought, it was normal for her to take her hydration.
Oh, yeah.
And
the
sunglasses.
Water bladder. Yep.
So they thought, that's odd, and about a mile away, her helmet looked like it had just been thrown off on the side of the road from a car.
Okay, that's strange.
Very, very
But
strange.
it was where... It was close enough to a road that if a car was driving by,
they could just chuck it out.
Got it. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Really strange. So they find this spy pin, okay, in the home when they're conducting a search. And this whole time, Barry is like seemingly cooperating, almost over cooperating. Like, I believe how many interviews he did was like over 100 during this time of investigation.
Jeez.
Really weird. Yeah. He would talk to anybody and everybody. He even offered a $100,000 reward and then doubled it to $200,000 reward and did commercials.
I mean, that doesn't make someone guilty.
No, you're right. You're right. No, I don't think that points towards guilt at all.
Yeah.
I don't. Not personally. So, anyway, her sister said that a few days before she went missing, that Barry was being emotionally abusive and even physically abusive at times, and that she was angry at what she's allowed to happen in their marriage.
Okay.
She sent angry texts to her friends, like... Clearly, they were having troubles.
Sure.
She was a teacher before becoming like a stay-at-home mom. So that's what she did. She stayed at home while he owned his, I believe it was a landscaping business. Sorry if I'm wrong about that. I'm pretty sure it is.
But regardless, he's a business owner.
He's
and
a business
was providing, okay.
Right. And he had other people working for him and stuff like that, clearly. So the sister also described Barry as dominant, like very dominating, and he would overpower and intimidate people to get what he wanted out of people. And that Suzanne was very, like, just submissive and a sweet soul, basically, is what she said. She was just really passive and gentle. Anyway, so at this point, obviously they're looking for her everywhere. This YouTuber goes out and talks to Barry. His name is Tyson Draper. And secretly records Barry while he's talking. And Barry says that a cop saw a mountain lion. This is very early on. A cop saw a mountain lion in that area pass by the car. And so he thought it was possible that she got attacked by a mountain lion. And yeah, it's at this point, like, that just, I don't know. It just makes no sense. But like, the police ruled that out completely.
Dude,
they're like, there's no blood.
That's a total stretch.
Yeah. Well, there's no blood. There's
that
no
immediately makes
struggle.
me feel shady.
And so they start looking into Barry, okay? So they ask him, you know, what, like, they notice that there's strange phone activity, okay? They get his phone activity, and they're like, why around, it was 2-something in the afternoon after he had gotten home, why were you, like, why was your phone pinging all around the outside of the house? And he's like, well, I was outside shooting chipmunks, because they're a nuisance at my house. And they're like, shooting chipmunks? How are chipmunks a nuisance? That's my question. What do they even do that's a nuisance? I've never seen chipmunks do anything that's, like, messes anything up at a home.
Yeah, that's strange.
Really strange. Now, Barry is a hunter. Like, he's definitely a hunter, from what I heard about him. But they start thinking, was he chasing her? Because where the bike was found down that ravine was super close to the house. Like, very, very close to the house. So they're thinking, so did he chase her? Something happened. You know, he throws the bike down there. Maybe she never even went on a bike ride.
His phone must be connected to the Wi-Fi at the house, and they could tell it literally exactly where he was.
Probably.
Yeah.
And then he leaves and, like, throws her helmet. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So they find this spy pin in the home, okay? This spy pin actually was Suzanne's, and she put it in his car to find out if he was cheating on her. But what the police ended up finding is that nothing on Barry cheating, but that she was. And it took them 6 months to figure out that she was cheating. That's how well she hid this. And you remember all the complaining to the sister and the friend?
Yeah.
She not once told anybody that she was cheating on him. Never. And there's big debate over whether Barry knew or didn't know.
Yeah.
I actually don't think he knew. Maybe until that day, maybe. Maybe. But I don't think he knew. If he knew, it had to have been like that day or the day before that he found out. Had to have been. There's no other way.
Yeah.
So anyway, it says that day when Barry was on his way back home, so like he gets the call, okay? Like, you know, we can't get a hold of her, and he's like, call 911. He's at the hotel. Supposedly he made arrangements with the other 2 workers that were supposed to be coming to do the job with him. He lets one take over his hotel room, which is a man, and then the girl, he got her own hotel room. The guy comes into the hotel room, and he's like, it smells like bleach. So bad. And the girl, I guess, walks in to see what's going on, and she said it was so bad that it was making her eyes tear.
Oh.
Really weird.
Yeah.
Super weird, okay?
How many coincidences in a missing person?
Right. Well, Barry actually fires them for cooperating with police to try to help finding his wife.
No, dude. Come on.
Yeah. Weird. Okay, there's a lot of weird things in this, but at the end of this, I still don't know if he did it or not.
What?
I still am not sure.
Oh, man.
So, anyway, there were some deleting texts the days before missing, like a few days before missing. where Suzanne texted Barry and said, "I'm done. I could care less what you're up to and have been for years. We just need to figure this out civilly." So she also texted her friend that he won't even talk about divorce. He won't even engage about the topic of divorce.
Sure.
So clearly, like, it was going towards that, and Barry knew it was going towards that, whether he knew of an affair or not. He knew that she was done.
Yeah.
Okay? So,
unless something like that had been said before in the past.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, Suzanne's phone was never found. Everything they got was from Barry's phone. They could never find her phone. So from 2:47 to 10:17 p.m. that day, after Barry was home and after the chipmunk incident, his phone goes into airplane mode. And they don't know. But they got digital forensic evidence from his truck that could track some of his movements. So they're thinking, essentially, that he may have loaded her body around 9:30 p.m. when apparently there was some activity in the truck, like it was rolling forward a little bit. But he claims he went to sleep at 8 p.m. that night, and that he had his alarm set for 3:30 a.m. to head up to Brookfield, which was 150 miles away, at 4:30 a.m. Is when he actually, his truck, no, 3:30 is when he was going, 4:30 is when he had his alarm set for. So he was claiming he was going to leave at a later time than he actually did.
Okay.
He left at 3:30, like super early in the morning is when they saw his truck doors opening and closing. So
an hour earlier.
And he turned the wrong way to head towards that area, and he said he turned left, which is unusual because he saw elk and he wanted to get a closer look. So he drives up there to Brookfield and he starts stopping at trash cans, okay? He stops at a bus stop trash can. He stops at, it's in Broomfield, I'm sorry. I don't know why. I think it autocorrected to Brookfield. It's Broomfield.
Okay.
And this is all in Colorado. So he stops at a bus stop, trash can, throws something in it. Hotel, that's when he goes to the hotel, throws something in there in the dumpster. McDonald's trash can, throws something there. Men's Warehouse trash can, throws something in the dumpster there. Then the hotel again, and they even have surveillance footage of it. And cell phone data and truck data. So they know for like a fact he was running all over Broomfield that day and throwing stuff in trash cans and dumpsters.
Oh, everything you're saying that's coming out of your mouth sounds so sketchy. Everything. How does it not seem like him? Are you guys with me?
I know. So, Barry claimed, you know, he's in, I think it's landscaping, but if it's construction or something, it's similar. You're going to have waste, right?
Yeah.
So he claims he was being cheap and didn't want to pay to like take it to a landfill, and that he just went around town throwing it in various dumpsters. And they're like, but why would you go to various dumpsters? Why wouldn't you just throw it all in one dumpster then? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you got a ticket in the past
I've
or
done
something.
that type of work before. Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether it's one piece or it's 100 pieces.
I mean, if you fill a whole business's dumpster, isn't it illegal to dump your trash in like a whole bunch in a dumpster? Can't you actually get a ticket for that?
I mean, you can, but how much do you actually have in that bed? You're telling me that you have enough to fill up an entire dumpster? Come on, that is no way. No way.
I don't know. I really don't know. But from what I saw, it wasn't like massive amounts. It was like a trash bag or two. Is what it was. It wasn't like massive amounts.
Exactly.
Just from what I saw in the surveillance footage, but I could be wrong. Maybe I didn't see it all. So okay, so wait, hold on. I don't know why this is repeating here. Anyway, so he talked to police, and then police end up finding this syringe cap, okay, in the washing machine at their home, at the family's home. And it is a it's a syringe cap which this syringe would have been used to fill a tranquilizer dart.
Oh.
It is a cap for a syringe that fills a tranquilizer dart.
A very specific type of
very specific. So when
needle
they
and syringe.
Yes, it is. It is very specific. And there's pictures of it. But when they asked him about it, he said, well, you know, it's illegal, but when I'm a hunter, when I see a deer with a nice rack, like in my yard or something, he's like, I shoot them with a tranquilizer dart and I cut their horns off. And he goes and shows them all of his deer horn collection. And they're like, what? You know? Like, this is very odd, you know?
Yeah.
So, he's arrested after all this evidence is collected. 'Cause they haven't even found her body, you know? They haven't found her. And it's been 3 years since then. But they collect all this evidence, okay? And they arrest him for first-degree murder. They think that he hunted her to try to control her from leaving him. That's their theory. And get this. So the judge says, like, I find probable cause to go to trial with this, but that's only because I'm looking at the prosecution's case in the most positive light I possibly can, like giving them the total benefit of the doubt. Because the judge had doubts, but was like, if I look at this case from the prosecution's perspective in the most positive light, I can see probable cause, so we'll just go to trial with it. Because, you know, there's that behavior of throwing stuff away in trash cans and the bleach smell and the tranquilizer dart. Dude, it looks horrible. That is not normal at all.
It looks sketchy. It looks super sketchy, and it looks like that's what you would do if you were trying to hide pieces of
somebody.
Body or murder weapon or murder clothing or any other thing that could cause evidence.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the daughters, which were teenagers at the time, or I think maybe one was a teenager, one was college age, they stood by their father the whole time. They thought he was innocent the whole time, and the younger daughter that lived at home with them actually told her mom to get a divorce and a restraining order before she went missing. So it's not like they didn't see the problems in the marriage. Jeez. They saw them, but they still stood by him and thought he was innocent the entire time.
I mean, does that mean something? It totally could.
I don't know. I really don't know.
It totally could.
Yeah. So anyway, this trial is scheduled for April 28th, 2022. That's 2 years after she went missing. But the DA, well, the defense first argues that, you know, the prosecution failed to produce discovery in a timely manner and potentially exculpatory evidence.
Yeah.
And then they barred several, like, expert witnesses in the case from testifying. I can't remember who it was. I think it was like 17 or it's somewhere. It's in the double digits number of witnesses that they were like, these people can't testify. The judge barred them from being able to testify. So then the DA, right before the trial, dismisses the whole case. And that is because of these factors, okay? Obviously, the witnesses being barred from testifying. But also, there was these questions, okay? They had no way of telling how long that cap was in the washer.
Okay.
When did that happen? You know, was he using it for deer hunt? They had no way to prove anything. That's totally circumstantial, completely. And he has a history of hunting and tranquilizer darts and stuff, you know? So a hotel worker said at the hotel that room was above a pool and that bleach smell had always been there and was there way before Barry. Also, they found DNA, and this is the exculpatory evidence that the prosecution failed to provide, that they found DNA on the glove box inside Suzanne's car. And this was from an unknown man. We don't know who this man is, but he is a man with a record of sexual assaults against women. So he has a history. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So that, yeah, I mean, that could bring questions to this situation. What is the general consensus? Do people mostly believe he did it, or mostly believe he's innocent?
So let's go to present day. Okay, it's been a year since that happened. When they dismissed the charges, the DA said they felt like they were close to finding Suzanne's body, but they needed to wait for things to thaw out so that then they could go look. They thought she was in like, some area of like the forest, mountains, something like that, near the home, like pretty close by to the home. They never found her. They searched and they never found her until this year. So her remains were located this September 22nd, 2023, and were identified Wednesday by El Paso County Coroner in Colorado, 45 minutes away from the family home. And they were not looking for her. Okay? This wasn't even them looking for her.
Sure.
This was them investigating another case of a missing woman whose name is Edna Katana, who was missing from May this year, from less than an hour away, walking around a town. I forget the name. They were out there looking for her. They had a lead on her. And this is in an open field next to a road, they said, but it was like hidden enough for somebody to dig and like people not be able to see from the road.
Sure.
But it's an open field near a road, 45 minutes away from the home, and her bones were scattered out there. They took a piece and they went and had it identified, and it was her. So does this throw out everything they knew before? Like, what does this mean? Is this a serial killer? Because the weird thing is that Suzanne went missing May 2020. Edna went missing May 2023. Same month. Like, is this a cool down time on a serial killer?
Yeah.
What does it mean? That's why I don't know. The DNA on the glove box, that's weird. Or was she hooking up with multiple other people and this guy just happened to be a weirdo and she didn't know? But the man that she was hooking up with was Jeff. And Jeff was a man from Michigan. He was married with 6 kids. They had a one-time affair. I think it was at a college or high school or something like that. They didn't talk for years. She randomly messaged him, like, what's up on Facebook? And then they literally, like, message each other nonstop every day after that. He was cleared completely. Like, he was in Michigan, which was his alibi, and it checked out. They didn't find him for 6 months. That's how well she hid it. I said that earlier. But he didn't come forward because he said, obviously, he was afraid of what would happen to his life if he came forward.
Yeah.
But also, he didn't want to, like...
Because he wasn't sure if he did it. And then you're going to bring your name forward and not be sure if he could come to you next.
Well,
I get it.
That, but also, like, he has 6 kids and a wife. Okay? And also... he could be considered a suspect.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't know, are they considering me? Like, it's scary.
Yeah.
That would be a really scary situation to be in. But he had nothing to do with it. He doesn't think that Barry knew about the affair. He doesn't think so. But I don't know what to think about this. Like, it blew my mind how much evidence seemingly was here, but not. It in that respect, it reminds me of the Kohberger case. It's all this hard-hitting stuff, but not.
Yeah, like, you just mean that it could be explained away pretty easily once you look at other possibilities of this evidence being created.
Because none of it's concrete.
The bleach sounds super shady, and that's something that most people know to use to clean up a crime scene. But yes, some pools are over-treated with chemicals and can give that smell. So, like...
And if they bleach their towels...
That's reasonable doubt. I mean, I feel
if they clean with bleach, like, there could be multiple factors.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But the burning eyes, that makes me feel like chlorine.
No, I agree with you.
Because otherwise, the bleach, like, you got to have it in your face for it to burn your eyes.
It would have to be wet. It would have to be wet. It couldn't be like I just cleaned with bleach. Like, that would be so much. Like, you would have to see evidence of it somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. So the only other option is she was gone before he got there, maybe. That's just the only thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's
The
what it
only
sounds
option.
like.
Yep.
It's really sad, though. Like, it's really, really sad. You know, those girls, I can't even imagine, like, their dad, like, say he is innocent, you know, like, even if he's guilty, I mean, it would just be terrible either way. Like, imagine,
Agreed.
you know, I wonder if they almost thought, if we didn't leave Mom on Mother's Day, maybe she'd still be here, like, kind of thoughts, you know? And it's, you can never
what
go
ifs.
down that. You can never go down that. You will, probably in grief, but you have to understand that whoever did this is sick, and it's 100% on them.
Yeah.
But I'm really wondering what happened here. Like, I just really want to know. It's such a mystery.
I
And I'm
agree.
sure there's some people who are solid on Barry. I'm sure there are. But, like, I don't know. Will his charges get reinstated? Because that was one of the stipulations, is obviously they can recharge him. He never went to trial. It wouldn't be double jeopardy. He could be recharged again with new evidence.
Let's look at the evidence here. So if we take a step back and just look at the evidence, you have the cell phone that's acting funny. That could mean something. That could mean nothing.
Yeah.
He could literally be an outside person, and based off everything I've seen, he's always burnt and like red, as he looks like he's always outside.
Yeah.
He could literally be outside, walking around, doing stuff, being an outside person, and that's what would have caused that. Then the bleach that we talked about, it makes sense to me that it could be a pool. Now,
Yeah.
do I need to know more details and know, like, could we walk in there today and it's going to do the same thing? And that I think that's a big component and factor in that. What was the other evidence?
So the tranquilizer
Oh,
dart,
the tranquilizer.
syringe cap?
Yeah. If as long as he can prove that he has more of those, then that's not great evidence.
Yeah.
It went through the wash. He proved that he could use them at times. So, is that really the only evidence?
And an unknown man who has a record of assaulting women on her glove box. His DNA is in the car.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
That is a big deal. That's probably the biggest piece of evidence.
And they excluded it. The prosecution excluded it from the discovery.
Why? Does it say because it's such a low percentage?
That reminds me of the Kohberger case,
success?
because the defense said they failed to produce the discovery in a timely manner. They kept withholding and giving it to them too slowly. And then they didn't include the exculpatory evidence, which would have been the DNA from another person. It's that when I heard that said, I was like, whoa, that sounds like Kohberger case.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of cases out there like that. That yes, we do see a situation a little bit like that with Kohberger going on, but I know that there's a lot of other cases out there too. You know, one of the things that I'm going to be talking about tonight is DNA specifically in relation to a couple things, but it's not as uncommon as you would think. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
But I want to know what you guys think about this case. Do you think that Barry did it? Do you think it's this unknown man? I don't know. I really don't know. Or do you think it's a panther? That's just so dumb. I think he's still hanging on to that to this day, and I'm pretty sure he's filing a lawsuit. I'm pretty sure I read that. He's filing a lawsuit for
$15 million lawsuit or something like
false
that.
imprisonment or something like that. Yeah.
Which, that's wild. I mean, look, could this have been a situation where, let's pretend he is guilty, and prosecutors investigators had a feeling that he was guilty, so they worked the case backwards instead of letting the evidence lead them, and now this is the turnout. But let's pretend he's not guilty, and they believed he was the guy, so they ignored evidence that could have pointed to somebody else that didn't point to him. That's why working a case backwards is such a double-edged sword.
It's a terrible idea. You just shouldn't do it.
Horrible.
You should just let the evidence
Nobody wins.
Yep. You should just let the evidence lead you where it leads you, always. And
they need to stop rushing police and investigators. Like, let them have their time, man. If it takes 1 month, if it takes 3 months, let them have the time to do it, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as they're getting the right guy, they're doing the proper investigative work that they need to do. And it may take time. Like, there should be no rush. Like, they're already going to be rushing themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I
adding
agree.
on, like, why is this person not caught yet? You guys aren't doing your job. Well, they probably are doing their job overtime.
Yeah.
They probably are. But yeah, this is wild. And, justice for Suzanne. I hope we find out the truth.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did they find any other bodies in that dumping area?
Nope.
No?
Just her.
Weird.
Yep, it's just a field.
Well, yeah, let us know what you guys think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This story here is super interesting and one of two, okay? So my second story that's going to come after this, which would be 3 for our long forum listeners, actually relates directly to this. So I thought this would be a pretty good opener here, okay?
3 for you. It will actually be...
Yeah, 3 for me. 3
Yeah.
for me. So...
It'll be number 5 total.
In the line for all of us. Yep. So, have you heard of not only the most prolific, but the most successful female serial ender criminal in Germany?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. Super interesting story here. All right.
Okay.
So, on May 23rd, okay, this kicks it off here. May 23rd of 1993, there is this neighbor that calls in to police, okay? And this is in Germany. These are all in Germany except for the locations that I say different, all right? So I don't want to hack all these names.
Yeah.
They're very important ones, and then the names of all these towns are not so important to the actual story itself. So on May 23rd, 1993, a neighbor calls police, and police show up and talk to the neighbor and try and find out what's going on. That neighbor says that her friend that lives next door, she hasn't been able to get a hold of her for multiple days. Really uncommon for her, okay? So police enter the house apartment, and they find a 62-year-old woman strangled.
Ooh.
By a wire,
Oh,
of all things,
Ooh.
Okay?
Okay,
So, yeah, and that wire was from a pot in her house, all right? So, the cops start all the normal investigative behaviors, okay? And they go to digging into the crime scene, trying to find out details, and any evidence, right? So the police end up calling the investigators. The investigators do the investigating, right? And they pull out DNA kits. They start looking for fingerprints, and they test all the normal items in a house for DNA. So there was a teacup sitting out, there was utensils out, a plate out. They swab all these things, right? Trying to get anything. Maybe the killer came in and strangled her and then
had
ate
tea?
tea or ate food or whatever. I think that it's not as uncommon as you would think. You know what I mean?
It's happened before.
Yeah. So they take all this DNA, take it back to the lab, and their version of CODIS, right? What we have here, the National Database for DNA, and they run it through their system, and no matches, nothing. They got nothing here. So they input that information. Once there is a crime, you guys, it stays in that system, right? So that is entry number 1 for this DNA profile. Bam.
What did they find it on again?
So they found DNA on a teacup, on the rim of a teacup, okay? So it looks like this criminal used their tea.
Had tea.
Yeah. So a whole 8 years goes by. 8 full years goes by. We have now fast forwarded up to March 21st of 2001. And this is about 3.5 hours away from that previous crime. A man was strangled to death. So fits the MO, right?
Yeah.
Of that first one at his home. They did the same thing. Somebody called and said that they haven't seen him for a while. Cops show up. Cops call investigators. Investigators do the investigating, and they use the DNA kits in the same way and look for fingerprints and look for shoe prints and all the stuff. They don't find any good, compelling evidence, but they did hit on DNA, and they hit on a drawer in the house, okay? So they go to put it in their version of CODIS, and they get a hit from the 1992 or 93 crime, I'm sorry. So still no profile. There's been no profile connected to an actual person uploaded. So now we have multiple homicide for this one person, right? That's been at both these locations. So 7 months after that, October 2001, in a town that is just over 5 hours from the original one, a little boy steps on a syringe at a playground.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, the little boy runs home, tells his mom what's going on. They recover the syringe, call the police. Police show up, and which is awesome that they try and investigate and find out who it's tied to.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
They investigate the syringe?
Yeah. Which, reading that, I mean, that's such a horrible situation, but I was stoked to hear that they actually tried to investigate, not just, hey, let's go to the hospital and make sure you're not HIV positive or any of those things, the Hep, any of those things, but they try to investigate it. So they run this DNA profile.
In addition to doing all that.
They run the DNA on the inside of the syringe or whatever, whether they squeeze it out, get it on the outside, whatever, and find out that DNA profile matches the first two. Okay, so it becomes more scary when dope is involved. Now you have a multiple homicide with dope involved, and I don't know, was it left there intentional from someone like that? You never know. Was it dropped during nodding out or something? You don't know. But so almost immediately after that, within weeks, a car was broken into right in that area, and the cops were called again and cops came, investigated the scene, and they looked for fingerprints on the handles, on the steering wheel, on everything, and nothing. So they ran DNA tests also. And funny, they run a DNA test on a cookie, okay? It seems like every location they test food, utensils, things like that. They run DNA tests on a cookie. Hits again, bam. So now cops are like, dude, this is 4 or 5 crimes under this person's belt. We are looking for a cookie-eating, person robbing, people murdering junkie. You know what I mean?
Tea drinking, drug
Yeah.
addicts.
Yeah, dope fiend. So, a couple years go by. New Year's Day, 2003, an office gets broken into in a bigger city. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. It'll be here. I'll probably post the cities as I'm talking about it on the screen. Like it's Detzenbrock or something. But police do the police thing and investigate and find out it's this DNA profile. Police are getting nervous at this point, and dude, this is somebody that knows what they're doing. They're staying out of the systems. They haven't been arrested. They haven't been convicted. And this whole thing started off with 2 homicides, you know?
It's kind of wild. Wow.
Yeah. And so not a year later, another car was broken into and stolen. Cops do the same thing, test DNA, do the investigation, and bam, another hit, right? So the police are now really concerned. So they actually have forensic scientists come in and break down the DNA profile. They're able to tell it is a woman. They're able to tell it's a woman of Eastern European descent. It is a white woman, and that's about as far as they get, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they need to fill in the remainder of potential criminal ranking. This seems like which one, uncommon being a woman, involved in multiple murders and robberies, and is a junkie. Like, that's a scary profile, in my opinion.
It's scary and unusual.
Yeah. So France, okay? So we've now crossed country lines here. These gemstone traders were robbed, and they got a whole bunch of gems from them, held up, and on the way out, they threw their weapon in the trash. They called police immediately. Police show up, investigate the weapon in the trash. It's actually a toy gun. Test for DNA on the toy gun. So I know, imagine being those gem guys and being held up by a toy gun, but you know, safe than sorry. I would give them whatever they wanted, but this hits again, this same profile. So now we have multiple robberies, man, multiple homicides, and police are terrified in this situation. So May 6, 2005, Worms, Germany, right? So we went Germany, France, Germany, and these 2 brothers get into it. One pulls a gun on the other and tries to use it. A neighbor or passerby calls the police. Police get involved, investigate it, and they do DNA profiles on the bullets, the gun, everything on there, and find this woman's DNA on a bullet, okay, in the gun. And there's been multiple of these crime scenes now where men have been involved. You're talking the gem, you're talking this situation, a couple of the car thefts, and
one of the murders.
Yeah, so cops start grilling these dudes. They start working backwards, right? Trying to figure out who this woman is. And they start working these dudes, grilling them, trying to find out who are you working with? Who's the person you're connected to? They believe it is like the leader of a crime family with low intelligence, that it has essentially just lucked out in these situations, and none of these guys are giving anything in this situation. So cops don't know if it's because of fear. They don't know how high up this goes at this point, being involved in such a wide array of crimes. That's only something you see in like high-ranking crime families, you know? So October 3rd, 2006, a guy throws a rock through a window for a break-in. They call the police. This guy gets away. Multiple eyewitnesses at this point. They test the rock for DNA, and this woman's profile turns up on it again. Okay, so is there some sort of direction going on here? They don't know. Did she literally hand this rock over to the guy? They don't know. So
really weird.
March 2007, a burglary in Austria. So crossing state lines or country lines again. So we're in Germany now. We're in Austria.
Germany, France, Germany, Austria.
Yep, correct. Yep. So another 20 burglaries, thefts of cars, motorcycles, break-ins, armed robberies, everything happened between 2003 and 2007. So what are we at now? We're at 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're at 30 crimes. Gosh. Yeah. And cops don't know anything.
They're scratching their heads.
They start calling this woman the woman without a face, or faceless woman, because they have no idea who it is. They know for sure that it's a woman. Now, through this time, one of the victims of these crimes come forward to give a profile, an eyewitness account, right? So they draw up a sketch of this potential suspect, and this person draws a dude. Facial hair, like soul patch looking facial hair down his chin. So cops are now thinking, okay, maybe this makes more sense. Maybe it is a transgender person, and these types of crimes are more likely linked to men most of the time, not a woman. That's why they're thinking potentially higher up the chain, you know.
They don't even have to be trans to actually run female DNA. They could be
that's just
intersex.
Very rare. So I'm playing into statistics.
Intersex is not as it is rare,
yeah,
but it's not as rare as people think it is. Because you can have, like, you can look like, I can sit here and look like a woman and have thought I was a woman my whole life, and then find out my chromosomes are actually male.
But I go with the most statistically possible and then work down, and that's like on the low part of the list there. So if I was a police officer, I wouldn't go to that. That would be one of the last things I would go to. So they start asking around as looking for a potentially trans person, you know, and they go back to these guys, start asking questions, things like that, and no shot. Now, this is where things really heat up here. So April 25th, 2007, 22-year-old officer Michelle Kaiswetter shot to death with her partner sitting in the police car. So essentially, they're both sitting in the police car, and the windows rolled down, and a gun is pulled on one side, pow, gun is pulled on the other, okay? So, and they're doing their investigating. The cops' guns were taken. They were each shot with a different gun. They confirmed that through ballistics, and they ran a whole work down and investigation on the car, okay? In the back seat of this car, they found this woman's DNA, which doesn't make sense. This woman must have been arrested at some point then, right? But the only two possible eyewitnesses for this information for over 30 crimes, one of them is passed away, and one of them is in a coma.
Oh my gosh.
So one of them lives, has no memory of any of this information. Yeah, so cops don't know what to do, but they ramp this thing up, okay? So they set up a task force in Heilbronn, and they start looking for this woman. They are feet to the street, asking around, talking to people, going back over all of these crimes, looking for details that they didn't look for before when another situation pops up. A car was used to transport 3 bodies and got caught on January 30th of 2008 in Heppenheim, Germany. And while again working through the investigation, this woman's DNA pops up on this, right? So we are every crime in the book. The when I'm looking at this, dude, the only option is like crime family boss, top of the top, instructing people, hey, take this gun, go do this thing, take this rock, go do this thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's literally untouchable. So where she's at in the chain, who knows? But their profile works up as she's a junkie looking for money. Then you have another profile that talks about she's a crime boss potentially that has a lot of connections. The public is getting worried. They're starting to lose faith in the police. This has been going on for like 8 years, dude. So multiple other cases come through. These last 3 are all robberies, okay? So in March 22nd, 2008, there was a break-in in a swimming pool in Germany. There was a home invasion in Germany. There was another home invasion in Germany, and then another apartment break-in, all in 2008. So it went March 2008, March and April 2008, April 2008. Then in May 2008, a lady was robbed and hit in the back of the head with a club, and the money taken from her. So like, this is insane at this point. In the car
it
of
was insane a long time ago.
Yeah. in the car of an auxiliary nurse who was found dead at the end of October 2008 in Germany. The DNA was also found in the car, right? Everyone is freaking out at this point. This is literally it doesn't even matter that she's a woman. This has turned into the most prolific serial ender of all time in Germany, right? This is competing with some of their most dangerous, most scary criminals ever. This person has zero respect for the law, zero respect for humanity, does whatever they want, ending old people, young people, carrying bodies, junkie, leaving needles at parks. You know what I mean? Like this rap sheet is insane, you guys. It is absolutely insane. This is something you see in like a movie of the worst of the worst, you know?
Oh gosh, no kidding, yeah.
So in January 2009, the police are given anything that they need. So they have 100+ man police task force, and they have offered a $400,000 reward for information on the capture of this woman.
That's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I bet she's like #1 on the list of most wanted.
She is actually. So, yeah, so, they're going through all the things of doing this and everything. They have their composite sketch. They're using the name the Phantom of, Phantom of Heilbronn, and, or the Faceless Woman. And something happens. So there was this guy that had been involved in crime before, and there was an attempted hit done on this guy in France, and someone had lit his house on fire, and he had essentially been burned alive. He was looking for protective custody, basically, is what you would call it here, PC up, and looking for protection. So before putting them into the program, they run DNA tests, they run everything, background checks, all that good stuff, and they do a swab, a DNA swab, and run it, and boom, this pops up as this woman. This guy, this burned up guy, pops up as this woman, okay? And so they go back, but literally, they're like, we're about to arrest this person, so we should test one more time, right? So they go to test this dude again, and the profile comes back as a man. Completely different features, completely different everything for the second test, okay? So they start investigating this.
What?
And
I'm so confused.
They start working backwards, okay? And they find out that this woman that they have been searching for this whole time, okay, has been a factory worker at the factory that makes the cotton for the DNA swabs.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Right?
Oh my
so
gosh.
Police had
That's so terrible.
This spanned over 9 years. 100 plus policeman task force, $400,000 reward, 16,000 man hours, and $2.4 million. Okay, they had their criminal profile. They had this serial ender named, multiple names, the faceless woman and the
literal phantom.
Phantom of Heilbronn.
Yeah.
Okay. So the police, once they figure this out, the police try and drop this. They try and hide it.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And
they're like, we'll sweep that under the rug. It never existed. Oh my gosh.
Right, seriously. And the federal government comes in, okay?
Oh god.
And says, no, you're not dropping this because we're taking over.
Yeah.
They do a full-blown investigation and find out, this swab comes from Idaho4, where cotton swab employees work this cotton, get everything ready, and have it all put in to be made into these cotton swabs with the wooden handle and cotton whatever. And all of the police forces in that country and area use this except for one place, okay? So there were crimes by this DNA profile in every single territory except for Bavaria. Bavaria was the only one. During their investigation, they find out that Bavaria does not use that brand. They use a different brand, okay? So they start doing research. They're talking about potentially bringing charges against this company. And this company's like, whoa, hold on here. We never, ever have marketed, said, and or promoted that this is safe for DNA. We've never done that. We've never said that. And the police force and scientists just believed that because they were double packaged, and with that double packaging and, official look, they believed it was. So literally this fell through the cracks. So from the time of the cotton being worked, that cotton is sterilized, you guys. And what that sterilization does is it kills off any bacteria, kills off any viruses. It sterilizes. It makes it hospital safe. However, it does not remove DNA. So if you're a worker and you're sweating or whatever is going on in there, and it gets in that cotton somehow, whether you're touching it with your hands and you have sweaty hands, whatever that is, it gets in that cotton, it goes through a sterilization process, it removes any bacteria and viruses, but does not have the capabilities of removing DNA.
See, then my question is, I know that DNA can degenerate over time, okay? So then what makes DNA degenerate over time? What factors when DNA that is off of your body now and on something makes it degenerate?
I would assume elements and things of that nature.
Yeah, well, if they're sterilizing it, they're putting it in an environment
that kills all viruses and bacteria, but not DNA.
Yeah, so
that's
what
a different thing.
What do they use to sterilize?
I don't know, because it's not really important in this story. Whatever they use makes it hospital safe.
But doesn't kill DNA.
It is sterile, but it is not scientist test quality for DNA profiles and things of that nature.
That's crazy, man.
All that money wasted, all of that wasted. And what I found interesting here, okay, is should it have taken this long for them to figure this out? Is this a case where police should have been looking at other possibilities? What about every single one of these charges made the cops want to stick this crime on the Phantom of Heilbronn and not somebody else. All those cases went through the cracks because it had this one DNA profile. I don't know about you guys, but to me it feels like the cops were looking through a hole, man.
The pinhole, yeah. I mean, it's just so... literally everywhere in the whole country was using these swabs except for one. So it's not like they were alone in that. Like one police station just made a mistake and a mess up. Like everyone was doing it. So yeah, that would make other police departments assume that it's safe to use for that.
Yeah.
And like that's just such a... You wouldn't think about that, I feel like.
They should.
I mean, yeah, but that's how you learn in life, right? Is making mistakes.
I don't agree.
How would they have known, though?
Okay, so Police Work 101, in my opinion, you guys understand, I'm not a police officer. I get it. So you guys can, throw tomatoes at me or whatever for being so judgmental in this. But the thing is, why does police work ever stop with a suspect? Why does it ever stop? If you have a high-profile case and you have a suspect that you aren't 100% sure that isn't playing, when you don't have evidence that's Gilgo Beach 4 secure, why are we ever stopping? Why would these police look at the situation and be like, oh, dude, it's the Phantom again, man, and ignore anybody else that could have been involved?
True.
Why?
Yeah, you're right. Why would they ignore everyone else? Yeah.
You know DNA is circumstantial evidence. It is circumstantial evidence, and a lot of people don't realize that. It is circumstantial evidence because the DNA cannot tell you how it got there.
Okay.
So, as I'm doing research for these two stories, multiple lawyers talk about, yes, DNA is normally circumstantial evidence. I'm sure there are situations where it's direct, but for the most part it's circumstantial because the DNA can't tell you how it got there.
Yeah.
So unless you're there to see it, or it's tied to the crime scene in a concrete way, that it's considered circumstantial and should be considered as that, as such. So, you have situations where even cops believe that DNA is the end-all be-all of all crime scenes, and it's not.
Well, I think like most people have been told it's concrete. DNA is it's concrete proof pretty much. Like
it's not though.
No, it's not.
No, it's not at all. Even direct DNA, non-touch DNA is concrete. You still need to ask the questions of why.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. You still need to ask the questions how.
No, you're right.
There's no way around that.
Them
Why?
Ignoring any other suspect in all of these cases is pretty wild.
It is. I mean, especially when we're looking at things like trace DNA or touch DNA or things of that nature. Like, why weren't these cops asking the question, how did this DNA get here? How did this DNA get to this town and literally all over the countryside in multiple countries? How did this happen? They just assumed, pinpointed,
it's the same person.
It is the Phantom of Heilbronn, and we're going to get you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get
Interesting. I hope you guys found that interesting. I think it is super interesting, and it opens up a great point around DNA that I feel like we should be asking questions in this situation.
No, you're totally right. Because I do feel like that's like most people's impressions. Like when somebody has DNA, that's like the golden egg.
Yeah.
Is DNA evidence.
I agree.
Other than like literally video of the crime.
Yeah.
It is the golden egg.
I think video is the golden egg.
It is.
That is the true end all be all confirmation.
Yeah, that was crazy. I wasn't expecting that.
And this
blew my
lady is
mind.
totally not guilty, had no idea this was happening, and, this is... Someone didn't read the small print.
People didn't know she was a prolific serial killer. She was
Let-
the most BA criminal in the entire world.
Yeah, pretty much. Let me know what you guys think and how you feel about that. This is a 100% true story, you guys. 100%. Look it up. The Phantom of Heilbronn.
Something else.
Yes, it is. Heilbronn. Heilbromm for you audio listeners. Phantom of Heilbronn.
Heilbronn.
Yes.
Okay, so my next case file for the night. I looked into this not thinking I was going to find anything. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I looked into this not thinking I was going to find anything at all. I was like, I just wanted to know, okay? When we were reading the memorandum for the Delphi case, okay, the 136-page memorandum, and if you don't know the Delphi case, we've covered it before, you can go back and watch those videos if you want to, know what happened to Libby and Abby and all that. We told the story in our very first video. We were kind of newer back then, but I still think we got most of it down.
Yeah.
And
we thought it was Richard Allen. We were on board with the Richard Allen train. But yeah.
Yeah. So, in the memorandum, we went over it on live stream, and we kind of talked about what Odinism was, too. And in the document, it alleges that these 3 suspects are a part of the Vinlanders, okay? Or 4 suspects, I'm sorry, 4. That they're part of the Vinlanders and 22. And we were like, what does 22 mean? And you were theorizing, well, V is the 22nd letter. Maybe it stands for V, because clearly you had some background knowledge in this. That's how you picked that. So, according to the ADL, okay, what is the ADL? ADL is the leading anti-hate organization in the world, founded in 1913. Its timeless mission is to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment for all. So they fight all bigotry. They claim they're a global leader. I'm just reading their About Me on their webpage. Now, when I searched 22 on here, guess what popped up?
What?
A group that is currently, it says their group status is active. It shows this emblem right here, okay? Now, this specific one says Georgia on it, but you need to understand this is nationwide. Since I've been looking into it, nationwide. There are multiple states involved in this organization. So, what this means is Firm 22 is the name used by the Vinlanders Social Club, which is a racist, skinhead, Odinist gang, okay? And this Firm 22 refers to wives of the group and, associates of the group who aren't legit members, but are, connected.
Mm-hmm.
So the number 22 stands for the letter V. V is the 22nd letter of the alphabet, and it is similar in nature to the Crew 38 established by the Hammerskins. Hammerskins are a skinhead group too, which apparently the Vinlanders have had beef with before. Now, in the memorandum, it said these people were a part of the Vinlanders. Remember, we were talking about an Odinist cult?
Yep.
I don't know if I would call it a cult. I would call it a gang. This is a gang. Now, they may have some ideologies behind what they're doing, but I feel like the kind of activities they're into, I don't know that they're, legit worshiping. I'm not sure about that. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong. But to me, it sounds like a gang. It sounds like kind of like the KKK or like, you know, the neo-Nazi type people. Like,
Yeah.
that's what it just reminds me of, which is where the Vinlanders stem from, is a group like that.
It makes me wonder if they have like manipulated the belief system to think that worship has evolved with society, and now what they're doing in these ways in this chaos and terrorism on the general public is what they think is worship for their gods. You know what I mean? I was wondering that the other day too. Like, do they think they have an okay from their god because this is what terror looked like, because everyone was so afraid of Vikings back in the day, but the different era, different way of life, different everything. It's not the same. You were fighting for your life back then. It's completely different than what it would be now. So do they have some kind of message that's been manipulated to make it seem like that?
I think so. I think you're onto it there. So I wanted to also know what is Vinland? Vinland was back when Erickson, okay?
Leif Erikson?
Yes,
Yep.
or I think that's who it is. I'm pretty sure. At least I'm saying this off memory right now. That's when the Vikings came here and founded America.
Yep.
They called it Vinland.
Got it. Yeah.
There you go. Odinist in America. They're calling back to a name of when Vikings originally found America way before Christopher Columbus.
Yep.
And called it Vinland. That's why they're calling themselves Vinlanders. So the connection to Odinist is in fact in the name. It is. So I find this article, okay, further talking about who the Vinlanders are. So, this is on the Southern Poverty Law Center website, and it says they are a social club. That's what it defines it as. It's a gang.
Yeah,
but
that's what motorcycle gangs used to call themselves too.
Social clubs.
Social club.
Well, see, a lot of Vinlanders, when the original founder stepped down or went to prison for killing somebody, when they left, they ended up joining a lot of motorcycle social clubs. So
I'm sure they did.
But it was originally found in 2003 by people who were a part of the outlaw Hammerskins, which was a skinhead group. They went rogue and formed the Vinlanders. And they have quite a rap sheet.
Yeah.
I did not realize how extensive that rap sheet was. Like, because I was really curious. Like, is this Vinlanders? I didn't think I was going to find, like, a deep history. But it was founded in 2003. 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, the founder of it is, I think, no, it's not Brian James. It's Eric Fairburn, okay? And he's currently in South Central Correctional Center in Missouri. But these guys, Brian James, Eric Fairburn, Brian Widener, Nate Slider, and Donald Warwick were all a part of the outlaw Hammerskins, and they formed this in 2003, like I said, and they went around and started recruiting people. Remember in the memorandum, it talked about the guy who was a recruiter.
Yeah.
They literally went around the United States recruiting people and turning little groups around the country into Vinlanders.
No way.
Yes. They did. Now, this is very prevalent in Indiana, very prevalent in Illinois and Ohio. That's like where it originated in.
Wow.
So,
yeah, that's
Delphi.
interesting. Yeah.
And they turned little groups of skinheads into Vinlanders.
Huh. By just making one big group.
Yes, essentially. And it cites several different people and groups that like turned into them, and apparently they had beef with like the Hammerskins, like kind of like they tried to call them out and start beef with them, and then the Hammerskins like didn't really seem to respond to it that much. But what they claim they are, okay, and they had a website in 2007 when Brian James took over this group and called himself the leader. He made this website, and these are quotes from the website about who they are.
Okay.
Our beliefs stem from being deprived of our individual freedoms and from our witnessing of the decline of Western civilization. One of the most obvious and sometimes relevant symptoms of this decline is forced integration and decline of our towns and neighborhoods based on racial makeup.
Wow.
So yeah, it's just racism, basically. We will die fighting together for self-determination and self-respect in a world that has turned its back on natural law and common sense. As an organization and tribe, we will do what we have always done. We will thwart, displace those who want to harm us, protect and better those who support us. I'm ready for Valhalla or prison to do what's right. We are sick of the lies, tired of the BS. We are calling you out. Either listen to the truth or fight for your lives. Fight for your lives for the lie. And that one was written by Eric Fairburn.
Yeah, it honestly just sounds like gang politics, honestly.
Yeah,
it just sounds like the kind of stuff you hear in California prisons between the northerners, southerners, the skins, the woods, the black,
Well, remember Odinism, they were recruiting and turning prisoners into Odinists.
Yeah.
Remember we read that.
Yeah.
I can find that direct source again. I don't have it pulled up here, but I saved it, so I know I have it somewhere on my computer. But there was a lady actually that went around to prisons in the 90s, converting prisoners to Odinists, and like skinheads into Odinists.
That's interesting. Huh.
Why?
I mean, I
It's
feel
just
like
so strange.
I feel like the answer is obvious as to why. More people is more power, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to become a major faction on the U.S. map of gangs and
crime organizations.
Yep, crime organizations, territory owned, controlling territory, whatnot. That's the way to do it. More bodies is more power, you know? I don't think anyone would argue that. It just is, I'm still so blown away that there are people in positions of power like law enforcement that have been adopted into this. Was it by force? Were they blackmailed? Was it some kind of other situation that ultimately made them be open to the idea, whether it was forced or whether it was enticed, you know?
I mean, I think you're going to have, just like any regular citizen in the U.S., okay, or anywhere in the world, you're going to have regular people who are racist. You're going to have guards that are racist. Like, guards are people. Police are people. Like,
yeah, I agree.
They're flawed. They have their own ideas, their own opinions, things like that.
Yeah, I agree.
This talks about very specific crimes done by Venlanders or Venlander associates. It cites many, actually. And one of them is done by a prison guard, which I thought was kind of crazy. Let me see if I can find it.
A source of crimes recanted by a prison guard?
No, he literally did the crime.
Oh, how'd we get the story? What's it from?
It's all from this website, like I was saying.
Wow.
But Okay, here we go. So, in 2009, Michael Parrish, a corrections officer in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, and secretly a probationary member of the Vinlanders, killed his live-in girlfriend and 2-year-old son. His apartment was filled with Nazi memorabilia, including photos and DVDs depicting Adolf Hitler. In 2010, he pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. But that's just one prison guard that's in this. There's also a case I thought was interesting in 2010 in Phoenix, Arizona, which is another place that got a lot of recruitment done in it. So there was... apparently, they thought they had wiped out most of the Vinlanders in 2010 in that area. But then 2 reputable members, Travis Ritchie and Aaron Schmidt, were indicted for shooting a woman because she was walking with her boyfriend and she was white and he was black. And they literally just drove by and shot her.
Whoa.
So now remember in Delphi, you guys, that supposedly they killed Abby and Libby because one of the mothers was dating someone outside of the race. So...
yeah.
And Brian...
Are we able to connect dots?
BH had ties where supposedly his son was dating Abby, and he is supposedly an Odinist and has connections to the Vinlanders, according to the memorandum, which he posted on Facebook, okay, that he is planning to sue.
Sue who?
So this is what he said, if I had the money, if I had their money, if I had they money, I'd sue Brad Rosie for the pain and anguish he has caused me and my family. And all you armchair detectives out there, I'm taking screenshots of the comments you post, so keep it up. Maybe I can get some money out of this misery. And he posts pictures of Richard Allen. Well, no, actually, it's an article that has pictures of Richard Allen. So just being fair.
And that's the same guy that posted the videos and pictures antagonizing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, same guy who posted pictures that mimicked the crime scene.
Because it just got real. It just got real, so he switched to victim mode.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did. Yep. He turned around and blamed everybody else.
Yep.
You got no case. You're not going to be able to sue anybody, in my opinion.
Yeah. Absolutely. I agree.
But there's many documented cases here of horrible racial crimes and crimes against humanity. Okay? So originally, I guess the founder, they were at it was like a march or something like that. Mm-hmm. It was like a gathering, and supposedly a guy, it was like, I think a black guy, I'm pretty sure, walked by and said, yeah, here we go. Dexter Lewis was the guy's name that walked by Fairburn, the founder of this organization, and it was at their march downtown Indianapolis. Okay, so Indiana, and he walks by and says, hey, nice tattoo. Fairburn took that as, like, not a good thing, okay? Like an insult. And they talk about how he had Vinlander's insignia on the top of his bald head, and he had murder around, like, in the front of his neck. Okay. And he said, N-word, don't you dare stop. And then, a few minutes later, Fairburn, Dumbass, that's a really bad last name.
Yeah.
Dumbass, and Kern tracked him down. I shouldn't be laughing right now. Tracked him down at an intersection, knocked him out, and then continued to, like, beat him after he was knocked out. So a large crowd gathered around and started watching, and the Vinlanders apparently yelled at them and said, back off or you'll get a piece of it too. And another one said to a lady that if she called 911, they were going to kill her. And then they were all arrested, all pled guilty. You know, one got 60 days in jail, one got a year, and Fairburn, the ringleader, was sentenced to 5 years. And then in court, okay, he claimed he had nothing to do with Vinlanders anymore. He denounced all of it. And that he said that when he left, he grabbed as many people as he could and got out of there.
After creating it?
Yes.
What?
So here's his full statement to the judge. I'm no longer a member of the Vinlanders, and I no longer have any association or ties whatsoever to the Vinlanders or any other racist clubs or anything. I haven't been around those people in over a year. I'm 34 years old, and I've got too much going on in my life to waste any more of it. When I decided to get out, I grabbed as many people as I could and ran for the door. Anybody who I thought I could talk some sense into, I did, and quite a few went along with me. And several did and joined motorcycle gangs or were imprisoned. So there was then the James guy, Brian James, he kind of took over and it went through a period of decline, but they are still very much active.
Yeah.
Very much active. They, had truces with gangs that they had issues with. And they've even got apparently more people in a faction in Florida to join. This is still going on.
An ongoing active group.
Yep. So in 2011, they had a White Power concert entitled Plunder and Pillage.
Okay.
And this was in Ohio. And this is when they declared their truce with the Hammerskins in Florida.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. So
interesting.
They're basically just showing how they still are doing things throughout this, but this is still ongoing. But Fairburn was after that. So remember, he got 5 years and said he left the Vinlanders, right?
Yeah.
So, after he was released from that, he turned himself in for a murder in Springfield, Missouri. A 2004 murder of a man in Springfield, Missouri.
What?
And he got life.
He turned himself in?
It was a revenge killing where he killed a guy because the guy was drunk driving, hit one of his friends, and his friend died, and he went and killed the guy for it.
What?
And then he turned himself in. And
I'm just blown away he turned himself in.
I know. I don't know why.
Whoa.
I don't know why. But he got life.
Okay.
Yep, Fairburn. So the original founder, like I said, he's in prison. But Brian James sounds like he's very much still on the streets, possibly still leading this thing. I don't know, because the last we have of it is from 2011 on this website. I'm still going to dig more into it. I want to know more. I want to know what's current, what's not. I know I have found many articles citing crimes done by Odinists. Even January 6th, there were some there with the tattoos, the Volk knot, which is the 3 triangles you're seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still very present.
Dude with the horns, the most well-known picture during that.
Well, there was a whole group of them there. There was a whole group.
Yeah, but there's one that is the most known with half blue, half red, and then the buffalo horns that literally got the most charges, the most well-known, the most anything. He is an Odinist.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a part of the Vinlanders or anything, but there's several factions of these Odinist racial supremacist type skinhead gangs or cults or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. I know I saw a cult specialist talk on a podcast. I think it's gosh, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, but we'll post it. And he was saying, I see no evidence for a cult at all. And that's because you're not looking at a cult, you're looking at a skinhead gang.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I grew up like punk rocker, okay? And for whatever reason, skinhead groups like infiltrate these weird driving forces in society. So in the 80s and 90s, punk rock was huge for whatever, because of Reagan and the whole Watergate and a lot of the drama going on in the federal government. A lot of people turned to punk. They were really angry with what was going on in the federal government, and punk was huge. That was like a huge driving force between East Coast and West Coast, and circle pit versus slam dancing, and skinheads started just inserting themselves into that society and that punk rock culture, where they weren't wanted. They nobody wanted them around. They almost fought every single show they went to. And then you have like a belief system like this, like Odinism or is it Satruism?
It's a Satra.
A Satruism, and they're inserting themselves in this situation also. And dude, so Jay is for Justice had an Odinist on, or a Satruist on, and I could only watch for a few minutes because we had to hop on here, but that few minutes that I did hear, it night and day difference. The dude's not angry. He's so laid back. He's like, these are my beliefs. I don't care if you believe them as long as you give me the respect to believe mine. And like, dude, no forcing, none of that stuff, which is the opposite of what you see in race-based gangs.
Right.
And groups.
Right.
I mean, it
they
could be
their
a
way's
cult
the only
still.
Right way.
If there truly is a religious factor to it, it can be a cult.
You're right, but the cult expert, like, you know, I don't want to hate on the man. I think he's very, very intelligent, but I think based off, like, I felt like his mind was a little closed, to be honest, that to not look at the possibilities, because he clearly has these very set rules of what defines a cult, and that there needs to be this history of crimes, and there needs to be this leader, and there needs to be like all these things. And I'm like, okay, but if it's a cult unknown to people, clearly there's no history yet.
Yeah.
Like, we have to figure all of that out. So to just say no, like, and I am finding the history. All you have to do is dig and you will find it.
Yeah.
Like, it is there. You read the memorandum and see all the bombs are dropping in it, and you go look it up and dig, and I found a lot.
Yeah, and just to be clear too, so
like
this
real proof.
This Odinist belief system, were you going to go into it about what they believe, why it needs to be skinhead?
You can.
So this Odinist belief system, why they believe that it backs the white race is in, like, I'm going to get this date wrong, but it's somewhere between like 1400 and 1490, somewhere right in there. There was this family where it was a mother figure and then two sons and a daughter, and they were a Satruist or Odinist. It's essentially the same thing. Both of them believe in both group of gods, but Odinists prioritize Odin as the singular god above all else, where a Satruist don't. They pray to all gods. But Christians came to this family, and the mom wouldn't denounce their belief system, so they burned her alive at the stake and made the children watch and then proclaim Christianity in front of the town square and everyone there. And they started creating backroom Odinites or Odinism
They
or
just start
Odinists
practicing
or whatever.
it in secret and stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
growing it because they believed they were told that they were one of the last few bloodlines that are confirmed pre-Christ, that's important, that true bloodline, whatever that is. And they have to protect that bloodline at all costs. So,
You know, I was there are Odinist podcasts, okay? I found a few and I listened to some of the prayers, I listened to some of the stories. I've been looking into it a lot. But the comments under these videos are interesting. Some of them are blatantly very racist. Some of them are less so. And they talk about how, as a white person, they feel like they're cultureless. Like they don't have a real culture. It's just like America and that's it. Whereas other ethnic groups have like this rich, deep culture.
Yeah.
And white people like don't have that. I guess because we're like all mixed and like, you know what I mean? I mean, not really me, but I know my culture. But
yeah.
I just mean white people in general. And I've heard the argument that white really is a political term, period. Like there is no such thing as white necessarily. That is political in nature.
Sure.
That's like an elitist type thing. So they feel like they have no culture and they feel like the Viking religion gives them that culture. Like that gives them what they felt like they were missing.
Yeah, you're not going to so maybe that's an outsider's view looking in, but nobody that's a part of it, you're going to hear them say that.
No, I don't think so.
For sure not.
Yeah.
That's not
So
no.
cuz I've also seen like the people who are like really into it that like are like in Iceland, for example. I found several websites for people who are part of like the organizations of the old way is what they call it, which is that was the term the Vikings used when they met the Christians, like way back when, and Asatruists and stuff like that. They just talk about it like we're like, you know, we're like their ancestors and all this stuff. Like you don't even hear about any of that like culture and white and nothing like that.
Yeah.
Like they don't even mention being white.
Yeah.
So, like, even though that comment isn't, like, about racism per se, it's, like, it is kind of a little bit feels that way. That's what it's about.
I guess.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just don't see... I'm a different person, and honestly, I don't even want to get into it. I just don't see any value in, like, oh, let's search for white culture.
I don't feel the need for that either at all. I was reading the comments because I wanted to know what the people watching that stuff are like, what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To get a vibe for like who's practicing it.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. I feel like I found way more than I bargained for when I found this stuff.
Yeah.
But it's interesting and I hope that, because I'm starting to believe that the defense is really onto something. I know a lot of people feel like this is like a red herring or manipulation of the facts or lots of other things, but I think they're actually onto something here.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not. I still think it's very possible Richard Allen is guilty, like very, very possible.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see.
Mm-hmm.
Let those thoughts riot in the comments below.
Yeah, I want to know everything you have to say about it.
Yeah. All right. So as I said in the last story we covered, right, about the, look at that, I already forgot, the Phantom of Heilbronn, okay? It was a DNA-focused story. Now, each week we cover an Idaho4 topic, at least until you guys get tired about hearing about the topics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We keep getting asked questions, keep getting asked to go deeper and look into this and look into that, which I love. I love doing it because my favorite part is hopping on premieres and chatting with you guys and then hopping on the live stream after and having an engaging, logical conversation, going even deeper. So I wanted to try and do another expert type topic, and it's super funny because the last one, the wireless one, so many people are like trying to throw tomatoes. How dare you call yourself an expert? Yeah. 14 years doesn't make me an expert. You're right. So this one I am not, though. Okay, I do not know much about it, but I researched and looked into a whole bunch of expert data, right? And the only way that you're going to become an expert in this is going to school for some sort of science, some sort of science degree. So we're going to be touching on DNA. The story about the Phantom of Heilbronn was directly with a major DNA fail, okay? So I found it really interesting that DNA is like the end-all be-all evidence in any case. And I started wondering, is it really? Because before we went to true crime and before we started looking into touch DNA and trace DNA, I didn't know how unreliable that was. I had no idea that touch DNA and trace DNA is not allowed in most of the world's court systems. I didn't know that touch DNA and trace DNA is not allowed in our own military court systems because of its unreliability. Yep. We are actually an outlier here. Now, there are some pros to that and there are some cons to that.
There are.
The cons is the unreliability. The pros is we're seeing a lot of cold cases closed. We're seeing a lot of people who have been proven to be innocent, dude. Like a lot. So let's dig right into this here. So a DNA focused conversation around Idaho4 specifically. I want you guys to keep Idaho4 in mind in this situation, especially when we're going to be going through some of the questions at the end that I will have for myself, I will have for you, and we'll kind of go from there. So DNA. DNA, in evidence is DNA fingerprinting, and that was developed in 1984. And based on everything you can read, it's not a perfect science, but it is law enforcement's preferred science when it comes to crime scenes and evidence for court. It's the court's most reliable science. At least that's what we're perceived to believe, and that's how courts act on it. Now, when I was doing research into this, it was interesting to see how many cases where DNA was brought to court and it is like 10% efficient. And there are multiple examples of cases where they brought DNA and it's only 10% efficient. Meaning that DNA that they're showing could be 1 in 10 people.
What?
Yeah. I bet you guys are like, what are you talking about? I thought that DNA either matched or it didn't. Not how it works. It is done based on percentages. Okay, so let's go through this. So DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is in every cell of every living organism and contains the blueprint for building and maintaining living beings. I think most of us learned that through school, right? So I'm just retouching on the topic. All DNA is made up of 4 chemical bases, and that is adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine. These chemicals link together to form base pairs, and that is important. So, and then these base pairs form together long chains of base pairs. Those link up to form strands of DNA. Okay, so those are those 3. That's the 3 different things that make up that DNA. You have the base pairs that form chains of base pairs that form the strands of DNA, okay? Then within it, it's different combinations of base pairs that form and define different genes that give us different traits, like your eyes, my nose, your mouth, my hair, your skin tone, whatever. You know what I mean? Literally all of our traits.
Where your thumb goes backwards.
Literally everything.
Yeah.
Everything on you,
Everything.
right?
Yeah.
Anything that when you're a kid and your parents are like, oh, you got that from your mom or you got this from your dad. Like, that's it,
Well,
right?
and also
All
the
of it.
blueprints that make you a person.
Yes, but that's not important in this. I'll
not.
explain.
You're right,
So,
it's not.
the interesting point to that, okay? The accumulated human genome contains about 3 billion base pairs. 3 billion of those base pairs, okay?
It's amazing.
But, and this is a huge but.
I love big butts.
And I cannot lie.
Yes.
Okay. Only about 0.1% of that 3 billion of those differentiate one person to another.
0.1%.
0.1%.
Wow.
So, that tiny fraction of 0.1% of the human genome makes us different from each other.
See,
Then
we are more alike than we are different.
We are.
No matter the color of your hair, eyes, or skin.
We are more alike in 99.9%.
Yep.
And we are only different in 0.1%. Everybody, all humans. So then obviously that 0.1% is what crime scene analysts and lab techs use for DNA fingerprinting. They don't care about the 99.9%. They only care about 0.1% of DNA to connect a person to a crime. Are you starting to get now how you can have 10% likelihood?
Yeah, it literally means nothing.
That means everything. That means they could have a DNA profile and a DNA profile and be missing the 0.1% of all the important stuff and look at that DNA profile and be like, I mean, this could be half of the world's population.
Exactly. That's why 10% is nothing.
1.1%. Yeah.
You said...
Oh. No, I
10%.
just said half of the world's population.
Okay.
So, hot take to that. While we're on this topic, okay? So, the figure the prosecution gave us was to the octillionth for Brian Kohberger, okay?
Okay.
That Brian Kohberger's DNA was to match the sample.
Are you about to do math?
I am. So, if there's only 8 billion base pairs, and 0.1% of that is what defines our differences in DNA fingerprint, how did they get to the octillionth? It's mathematically impossible, okay? So, our 8 billion and 0.1% of that is 8 million. So, DNA analysts are looking for 8 million base pairs out of the 8 billion that could come out of a person, right?
Okay.
So, 8 million base differences between each person to person. Now, if you multiply 8 million by 8 million, which would give you every known possibility of makeup, right? Do you know what the largest number is that it comes up with? 64 trillion. There are only 64 trillion different ways to make a human.
Okay.
So how did they come up with
that figure?
And the exact statement is, the FBI then used common genealogical techniques to develop a family tree that led to Kohberger. The DNA was 5.37 octillion times more likely to be Kohberger's than a random person from the general population, according to the documents.
Is there another variable that could be added to that you need to calculate into that probability?
Not based off what I could find.
Okay.
if they're looking for 0.1%, and each human has roughly 8 billion base pairs, okay, that leaves 8 million. You times that by itself to come up with any of the possible ways that those 8 million pairs could be put together, and that is 64 trillion. So 8 million can only make 8 million other different pairs or whatever in 64 trillion different ways.
It's not 16 trillion?
No. 8 times 8 is 64.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So.
Yeah, you're right. That's so dumb.
So. 5.37 octillion times more is multiple, what is that called? The comma. It's not the decimal point. It's the multiple, I don't know, whatever.
I'm not the math whiz
yeah,
here, okay?
Multiple zeros to the left. It's not possible based on everything I'm seeing. However, like I said in the beginning of this video, though, you guys, I am not the expert in this stuff. This is all research that I looked up. Is it possible that I could have a flaw in what I was doing research on? Absolutely. This math is right, but like Malia was saying, is there another variable? Is there something else that could make it go to 5.37 octillion times, you know, to be Brian Koberger's? Because everything I'm reading doesn't say that. What they should have said, if it was perfect data, was 64 trillion. That is perfect data.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it's super weird. It is super strange.
I feel like I have heard people question that octillion number before.
Yeah.
I just don't
And the fact that it's not even a real
was.
number. Yeah, it's not a real number. So the octillion means it is 8 sets of zeros.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even remember what a trillion is. So million is, you know, you're in the 3rd set. Billion is you're in the 4th set. Trillion is the 5th set. And then you have the 6th, 7th octillion. That's how much more they're trying to say. When based off the math I'm seeing, it's only possible for roughly 64 trillion.
Yeah, but don't you think if you just came up with a totally bogus number, like, people everywhere that know about this would be like, what are you talking about? That's not even possible. I feel like there has to be another variable that they're factoring in, but I don't know what that could be according to what you just said. Like, I don't know what else that could be.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I am not, like, betting my life on this number.
I know you're not.
There's only one thing I know in life, you guys, and that is that I know nothing. So if you're an expert in this and you're watching me right now and you're like, this dude is an idiot, help.
Yeah.
Like, tell me what you know, because I didn't go to school for this. So all I have is the information that I can pull between Google, DuckDuckGo, science textbooks, things like that. And I know math, so when I'm trying to come up with these math figures where these analysts really only can test up to 0.1% of the total base pairs that are in a human body, that's what it comes up to. You times it by itself of the 0.1% of 8 billion, and then that gives you the total different factors available, right? So 64 trillion, which when it comes to humans on Earth, we're nowhere near that number. Nowhere near that. That is such a huge number. Like, it's easy to say 64 trillion, but that's insane. There are no trillionaires on this Earth. Like, it is a super insane number.
Yeah, it is. And like we said, like, we prefaced the podcast with saying, like, thought-provoking conversations are goal. It's a talk show.
Yeah, not expert.
Right.
Everyone just liked talking about some of the expert topics, so we'll try a different one, you know?
Yeah.
I might totally crash and burn and fail, and you guys are sitting there laughing. Ha, ha, ha. You know? But, okay, back to DNA. So, when samples are gathered like blood, saliva, or, other bodily fluids, experts gather that up and analyze it, comparing it to another sample. So that other sample has to be there. And I feel like we all understand how they came up with the sample for Brian Kohberger by tracing his heritage and tree through the genealogical information in the data analyzing websites or whatever.
Not his DNA.
Well, it directly tied back to his family members, his dad's, right? And they were able to gather his dad's to create this profile, which ultimately led them to taking his DNA and then making the match on that all together. But what I think is the important part here when we're talking about like how they gather this DNA is experts gather it and analyze it. So when I was watching this, and I watched people that like believe 100% that DNA is concrete, and I watched people that doubt it with certainty that it's not concrete. Their biggest concern is the person element. So their biggest concern is, could this DNA be mixed, cross-contaminated, fraudulently gathered by any human element? Absolutely. Not only, and just think about this for a second, not only are you with your little swab at the crime scene getting your DNA, if you're not fully covered, you could have cross-contamination. You could also have cross-contamination on the crime scene. You could be picking up multiple different people's DNA. You could be picking up 5 different people's DNA, right? And you put it in your little glass tube, whatever, your sterile tube. You take it back into what is, we hope, a sterile lab. You pull it out of that thing where you have multiple other people and multiple different DNA tests and agents and profiles being tested all at once in one area. That's another possibility for cross-contamination. We brought up a good question in one of our recent live streams where we were asking, when that DNA evidence, when that DNA test, is at the lab, right? Who watches that? Does that DNA test stay under a camera? Is there ever time that DNA is by itself? That leaves a lot of room for opportunity for flaws, you guys. Whether I'm not going full tin hat here. I'm saying it could be cross-contaminated, messed with, changed, damaged, any of these things, any of these honest things and dishonest things that could create a flawed outcome and result by any of these situations that we're talking about. It could happen in any of them.
So you talked about cross-contamination. Literally the perp, the suspect's hands could be cross-contaminating their own DNA on the knife sheath because they touched somebody's hand or they touched something somebody else touched, and they have other DNA on their hands when they touch something, and it will mix with their DNA from their own hands. And then you have the instance of, well, Brian was like a really good criminologist student who worked with experts in the area. Okay, did he know anybody who worked at ISP?
I was going to go there too.
Did he work with anybody that worked at ISP?
Could his DNA be in any of those labs? Has he been there? Has he worked with somebody? Could there be some sort of cross-contamination in the kit, in the people, in the lab? And I'm just trying to think of honest mistakes. There's a whole realm of possibilities for dishonest mistakes. Almost in every situation where I was doing research into DNA, the reliability, the profiles, the chance, the likelihood, the questionability in a court of law, in all of them, they talk about dishonest situations, giving examples for multiple cases. And look, here's a good example here. So, well, I guess we'll get through this. So the more distinct matches increase that percentage of likelihood they have a match, or decrease the likelihood based on those pairs. But shows like CSI make DNA sound like it's the solution to all things crime, and law enforcement depends on this too. At the same time, they want people to believe this. So an example of that is Josiah Sutton, okay, was convicted of RAPE because of a crime scene expert testified that they had an exact match of his DNA that was recovered at the scene. Josiah Sutton then went and did 5 years of prison time before getting a new expert, an attorney, to fight to get his DNA tested again, because a lot of times they don't easily test it again in a lot of different situations. So he did 5 years in jail while waiting for the second round. Now, the second round was conducted, and he was less than 10% of a match.
Oh my gosh.
Less than 10%, and he was let out, you guys. 5 years of his life lost. Who knows if he had a career? And that the best thing that they could come up with is that that crime scene expert thought he was trying to help out police in that situation. That doesn't help out anybody, okay?
What? He was trying to help out by... What, did he lie?
He lied 100%.
Oh yeah, he said there was an absolute
match. Whether it was cross-contamination
Okay.
or whatever, he said it was 100% match, and it wasn't. And DNA is very rarely ever 100% match, which, going back to that octillionth argument, right? So DNA has exonerated over 600 people in our court system since 1989. The Innocence Project alone's clients are over 200, and it has saved 35 people from death row.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. One thing that's interesting, though, is that many states have post-conviction DNA laws that restrict people from being able to be tested again and be exonerated. Yep. Ridiculous.
What?
I know.
That's
feel like
not okay.
I feel like if it's a pay thing, they should let family pay for it to be tested again, something like that. Okay.
No, they should just allow it no matter what. Who cares about the money? If there's
but if you could just
on.
be tested until somebody finds a flaw, because people are involved and people are flawed. You could be a prisoner and be like, hey, I need to order my monthly test, and just test DNA that convicted you every month until somebody says, oh, not a match. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be restrictions to it. There has to be.
That's fine, but like, I don't know. It sounds like it's a bit harder than it should be, though.
It is. It is absolutely harder than it should be. So, I have two very interesting tests here, okay? So, easy transfer of trace DNA and how that contaminates a crime scene. Okay, this was a study posted in phys.org. And this was at the University of Indianapolis, and this shows secondary transfer of human DNA through intermediary contact. What they do is they take two people, and they have these two people shake hands for 2 minutes, okay, to an extended period of rubbing and whatever.
Just rubbing hands?
Shaking hands. So I don't know. I just was thinking of why that could benefit for 2 minutes. But just shaking, like just shaking.
Oh, just like this?
Yep. And on every single time that person went to go grab the next item, there was a presence of secondary DNA every time.
Okay.
Every time.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That is super interesting, to the point where the student goes on to say it's super scary. Analysts need to be aware that this can happen, and they need to be able to go into court and effectively present this evidence. They need to school the jury and the judge that there are other explanations for this DNA to be there. The experiment designed by Cale and Earl asked pairs of volunteers to shake hands, for which they had handled knives that were later swabbed for DNA. They did this in 100% samples, but it's 85% of the cases. DNA from the person who did not directly touch the knife was transferred in sufficient quantity to produce a profile. In 1/5 of the sample, that person was identified as the main or only contributor of DNA. That means that after they shook hands for 2 minutes, that person that didn't touch the knife, in 1/5 of the samples, the guy went and grabbed the knife. This person that never touched the knife left a single source DNA on that knife. Weird. Right? That's scary. That's super scary. Terrifying.
And it's a single source on the knife sheath.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and then there's another study, and I will link these studies, you guys, in the video so you guys can see it. But there's another study where they took 4 people, and they did this like 4 or 5 different times, and they rubbed hands. They put the left hand on a glass plate, right hand picks up knife, stabbing of a box, and then they place the knife on the paper, and then right hand on the glass plate, and then right hand on the glass plate. And then they just repeat this. So person 1 does this, then person 2 does this, then person 3 does this, then person 4 does this. When they get to the test results, okay, every single person that touched it is on every single test. Every single one.
Suspected that was going to be
the first one that does it is still present on every test. Now, it is the lowest amount of DNA found, as you can see here.
Mm-hmm.
Person 1 is purple, right? Person 2 is red. It gets a little bigger. Person 3 is green. Person 4 is blue. And then yellow is unknown source. So all of them are on there every time except... Well, no, even 2. There's a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of red. Yeah, they're on there every time. Every time. So DNA can be transferred.
And then transferred again.
And then transferred again, yes. Yes.
Touch DNA specifically,
Touch
too.
DNA specifically.
Yep.
So, but I found this stuff super interesting. It just left me with a lot of questions. And I would love to know what you guys think of this, because I don't want to go full tin hat with this. But like, people, even experts on YouTube, I feel like we're seeing some bias there. They either try and make it seem like touch DNA and trace DNA is as confident and successful as direct DNA, and then you have people that try and make the touch DNA and trace DNA seem like a joke. Again, going back to real life is in the middle of those two things, okay? Brian Kohberger's DNA is on a knife sheath in the house where the crime took place, attached to the cover of what they guess is the murder weapon.
Yeah.
And there's not another piece of DNA on there according to the test. Could there have been, and it was left off, knowing that a single source DNA looks more guilty than multiple DNA? It could. People have also said, hey, this could be staged. Look, weirder things have happened too. But could he have legitimately left this on site there? Yes, that's a real possibility too. We can't ignore any of it. So, looking at it from the standpoint of the court, the defense is going to have to explain this DNA no matter what. They have him and his DNA, not him, they have his DNA on the crime scene. And it is now the defense's job to explain in a reasonable outcome why, or a reasonable explanation of why and how that could have got there, and make that explanation sound more plausible than the prosecution's explanation.
Right.
And there's no way around that. No matter how we feel about this DNA evidence, no matter how much trust we have in the touch DNA evidence, this is the facts. This is what it is. Even if it was put there in a manipulative, setup type way, this is what it is. And there's no way around that. So,
no,
do we
isn't.
feel like this DNA was handled correctly? I know I have questions of, is the test ever left alone in the office? Why did they not get this DNA on the first run? Was what they said true? Is 5.37 octillion in a real number for an outcome of likelihood of being a person when it comes to DNA? Are they going to be able to prove a flaw with the handling? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm so curious if he ever visited the crime lab now. Like,
me too. I'm more curious how the defense plans to explain this, though.
Yeah, for sure. Because, you know, I remembered that I heard something about him having access to the crime lab. Well, they're saying it's the databases, but it would be so interesting to find out he actually went there.
It would be.
But also, like, if you say it is what we were talking about with Sandra Ladd, okay? Where, like, maybe somebody who killed her and the Jutons became of age and then went to college in that area. Say they're in one of Brian's classes.
And they didn't like him because he's a harsh grader on men and women.
Or it's
according
just
to
touch
statements.
DNA.
Yeah.
From touching anything that has to do with Brian.
Yep.
Maybe he shook hands with him that day or the day before, or I don't know, graded a paper. Like, I don't know.
Agreed. I think there's a lot of possible different outcomes, and it's going to be the defense's job to figure out what is the most plausible and believable by a jury of his peers.
Yeah.
You know, and I think they have a big task ahead of them, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
They're either going to have to prove that this DNA profile is full of it and it was mishandled, whether it was mishandled by creating the profile that they then attached to him, whether it was mishandled by there not being DNA in the first test and all of a sudden there was a second test, so the only way that that DNA could have got on there for the second test is cross-contamination. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to have to come up with some kind of plausible reasoning, and sometimes it takes a little bit of an investigation for them to figure this out. Yeah. I'm curious what that answer is.
I am too. I'm very curious what it is. Kind of sucks having to wait so long now.
It does. It does.
But
I'm curious what you guys think too. You know, I think it's helpful when we look at this logically and think that if we think this is manipulated, if we think it's flawed, if we think it's fraud, if we think it is set up, if we think it is legitimate, all of those things, right? We got to look at it from the standpoint of the defense team and think, okay, well, how are they going to manage this, though? Because this is the story.
Yeah.
They're either going to get this case thrown out where it doesn't matter. They're going to get this DNA thrown out where it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to investigate the DNA, find the profile was made in a way that you know goes against what the rules and regulations are in those DNA accounts or whatever. I forget what the name of that is right now, but yeah, I'm curious.
Me too.
Let us know what you think.
Super interesting, though. Yeah, let us know what you think about it. What your theory is, how the defense could refute the DNA evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I saw this popping up online over the past, I guess, day. Mm-hmm. And that is the arrest warrants, okay, for a few different websites. In the Brian Kohberger case.
The search warrants?
The search warrants, yeah.
Newly released search warrants in the Idaho murders case is painting a clearer picture into Brian Kohberger's life by searching through his browser history. Earlier this year, investigators issued warrants to Amazon, TikTok, YouTube, Apple, Venmo, and others to obtain Kohberger's records. In the warrant to Amazon, it suggested Kohberger's activity, particularly pertaining to knives, could hold clues to the murders. Kohberger, of course, is accused of brutally killing 4 Idaho college students last year. His DNA found on a knife sheath at the crime scene. Let's welcome now legal analyst and trial attorney Misty Maris. Misty, it's always great to see you. So the prosecution in the Brian Kohberger case does not have the murder weapon. It's now revealed that investigators sought Brian Kohberger's Amazon purchase records, Apple data, online searches for knives. How crucial is this information, in your view, to their case?
It is incredibly important for the prosecution's case. That electronic footprint unlocks so many doors as prosecutors do build their case. Because remember, on one hand, electronic footprint, it can be social media posts, it can be searches, it can be location data. But on the other side, it could be information that leads to more evidence of planning and preparation for the crime. Remember, in this case, the prosecutor's theory is this was a well-planned crime, very detailed planning that went into this. And now, seeing these social media searches and the warrants that are out there, that leads me to believe the prosecution thinks this electronic footprint is a key and a critical component of their case.
And, you know, there's been so much emphasis on the Amazon account, but documents also show a warrant for PayPal and Venmo records. What might those reveal, Misty?
It's follow the money, Kelly, follow the money. Remember, we do not have the murder weapon here, as you pointed out. All we have, the closest we have to that is a knife sheath, which would have held a large knife. So prosecutors are doing everything they can to find out if Brian Kohberger came into possession of a knife of the size of something that's going to match how the individuals in that house were killed. And so now we see the Amazon, what I find very interesting, it's not just looking for purchases, it's looking for detailed customer click activity. So that's not just what somebody put into their cart and ultimately bought. It could be something that you clicked on, that you looked at, that led to other searches. This is the path they're going down in order to place that knife in Kohberger's hands from a prosecutor perspective.
Well, and to your point, Misty, does this give us any more clues as to where the knife may have ultimately been purchased?
What it does is it gives us insight into where investigators are looking and how prosecutors are putting together the case. Remember, we have limited information from the public perspective because there's been a great deal of court orders relating to what can actually be disseminated to the public. So now that we see these warrants, it would lead me to believe investigators think this electronic footprint, this path, through the internet, through the searches, through the history, is what's going to lead them ultimately to the murder weapon. It hasn't been found, but can they find Kohberger having some interaction with a weapon that matches how these individuals were killed?
Really fascinating context here. Misty Maris, thank you as always.
So we have one here, and these are all from September 8th, 2023. And we have Amazon, Venmo, Spotify, and Apple. Now, everybody kept talking about the Amazon one because of the click data.
Yep.
Trying to find, you know, who... Okay, this doesn't have Brian Kohberger's name on it. Like, everybody's saying, we don't know if it's actually for him because
it's for
they
him.
Have the name redacted.
It's for him.
But it does say... This matter came before the court on August 22nd, 2023 on the state's motion to seal or redact pursuant ICAR 32. This hearing was held via Zoom, and Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state, and Taylor appeared on behalf of Mr. Kohberger.
Yep.
So, like...
Dude, it's for him. Anyone that's saying that it could be for somebody else... No, look.
I do think it's possible, but I think it is improbable. that
Yeah.
it's for anyone else.
I don't think it's possible it's for anyone else. I know there's this idea. Everyone keeps hoping, because they see so many flaws in this case, that the state is going to, like, throw their hands and give up. You guys. In my opinion,
They won't do that.
that's never going to happen. Ever. Never. It's not going to happen.
No.
They are on too big of a stage, and when you're in a performance on the world stage, you might fall and you get up, dust yourself off, and keep going, okay? They are going to take this to the end, baby.
Yep, I think they will too.
Whether it's a flawed investigation and approach of the prosecution or not,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
So the names are redacted. It just says that they want the click data from Amazon, and the dates are here. I had them
God, that's so...
highlighted. It's from March 30th, 2022 to November 1st, 2022. Wait. Okay, wait. Well, am I reading that wrong? So, okay, November 3rd is on the following Amazon accounts for March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022, and November 1st, 2022 to December 6th, 2022. Why are they leaving a gap there?
They must have some kind of knowledge.
So, 10 days in March specifically, 2022, and then November through December 6th.
Yeah, they must have some kind of knowledge. But what's interesting is why they want the click.
Well, they want the customer name, email, shipping phone, and they want it to include all click data pertaining to knives and accessories, all payment methods, all items in the cart, all items added,
everything.
all items added to the cart, all items removed or deleted from the cart, all items saved, wishlisted, and shopping baskets.
It's literally everything.
It's everything you clicked on,
Everything.
basically. Absolutely everything. Even advertising. They want all the advertising that was on there. Anything that could have popped up on the page, like the device serial number, anything and everything. And they do include Android ID. So I know, I feel like that's important because in some of these, they want Apple, some of these search warrants, they want Apple IDs. And then some of them, they want Android IDs. That is giving a little bit of weight to people's theory about them not asking for Kohberger. Apparently Kohberger, I think he had an iPhone is what people were saying.
I know nothing about that. I don't know.
What kind of phone did he have? Look it up. See if it says just on Google what kind of phone Brian Kohberger had. Because now I can't remember. But it also says all accounts linked to the target account. The target account. What does that mean? Including where linked by machine cookie or other cookie creating a login IP, recovery email, or otherwise. So, some people were saying that means target the business, but how do we know that doesn't mean the target as in like the target account? Like the account we are targeting. Now, they said it was target the business because it's capitalized. I mean, I guess maybe, but I've never heard. So I think what they're saying is there's certain places you can link like an Amazon account to, like Twitch is a good one. You can link your Twitch account to your Amazon account.
Oh.
Right? So I think they're saying the Amazon account we're targeting, and they include target in a capital T, I think, because they're talking about, like, it's the thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a typo. But I don't think they're talking about target the business. I think they're talking about the account they're targeting. They want all other accounts that are linked to that Amazon account.
Yeah.
Including any of the cookies. Creation, login, IP address, recovery email, or otherwise. Does it say what kind of phone he had?
Mm-mm.
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, if you guys know in the comments, let me know. But I do know that in some of these search warrants, it says Android ID, and then some of them it says Apple ID. So, yeah, that's that. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious what they're looking for. They're looking to see if Kohberger actually bought a K-bar or any kind of knife on Amazon.
Yeah. Or
But what about the March 10th to 20th? Like, that's super weird to me.
I think they're going to utilize anything that could make him look guilty.
Agreed.
And what's super funny is if you looked in mine, I bet I would look super guilty.
Me too.
Like, super guilty.
Me too.
So, I don't know. Truth and Transparency said that they felt like this was, they were just reaching in here, just trying to make connection anywhere they could.
I do feel like that too. With Amazon, the Amazon search warrant specifically, I feel like they're reaching really hard.
Yeah, just trying to make any connections, and especially if they end up using it against him, yeah, it would be really crappy. And well, here's one thing.
If he bought a K-bar on Amazon prior to the crime, I would feel a little weird about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or was
I would
looking
be like,
at them. Or
that is.
Yeah, that would lean towards guilt in my mind.
Absolutely, it would, for sure. But like we always say, I hope he's guilty. Like,
Right.
I hope he is, you guys.
Yeah.
Because if he's not, then the real one's out there somewhere. But
I have 3 more to get to, too.
so what's interesting, though, with this information, you guys, is we've been told this is a slam dunk case. If it was a slam dunk case, they wouldn't need to keep going on stuff around him.
Well, I feel like they wouldn't need to keep going around silly stuff like this.
Investigative
now people,
details like this.
they do a lot of investigation after an arrest, though.
Yeah, for sure,
Which
and they should.
They already did a ton,
But
like
re-verifying.
the car, the apartment, all these other things, and they didn't get anything that we know of. Like,
Yeah.
the apartment was empty, the car, nothing, the storage room, nothing. Like, the only place they actually took things that were like okay, they found a couple blood stains on Brian's pillow.
Yeah.
Probably from him cutting himself shaving or having a nosebleed at night, like something
Or a
dumb
pimple,
or
or-
a pimple, yeah, anything.
Yeah. For sure.
The only place I feel like they could have actually got something legitimate was his parents' home. Now, Coffin Daffer was going around saying that he had like a person connected in Idaho. He had their ID. Like, they found a stack of IDs. I don't know what that's about.
I have no
But
clue.
anyway, moving on. So next I want to talk about the Venmo search warrant. This is one of the more interesting ones to me. So let me go down. The first few pages of these warrants, which I downloaded them all as PDFs, because Truth and Transparency made me realize they went through and deleted a whole bunch of documents.
Yeah.
And if you don't download them when you read them, they're gone.
Yeah. Yes.
Why would they go through and delete a whole bunch? Like,
They
that's super
changed
sketchy.
it and redacted, and yeah, changed the approach.
So lame. Okay. So almost all of this is redacted, okay? Almost all of it. It just says that they want PayPal, Venmo information, and it says, okay, look, it says the property found and taken and the location, whatever, description of property, redacted, location person, redacted, and it says description of property, IMEI. That's literally it. But then it says, here's the dates. So they want to include all records from June 22nd, 22 to December 31st, 2022. They want the IMEI. It has a few more redacted here. It doesn't say, it says PayPal accounts associated with any of the following, redacted, and then it just says IMEI. So they want all the subscriber information, profile information, current customer name, billing records, billing address, email addresses, literally anything attached to the account. credit cards, IP addresses. So, do you remember there was a rumor going around or something about Ethan and a Venmo thing, a Venmo transaction?
I mean, all of them have kind of had that. Literally, all of them have had funky Venmo charges, for real.
Yeah, so...
Like mentioning butt implants, boob implants, a crack behind rallies, like all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's silly stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
and
might
weird,
not be silly. We don't know.
And weird stuff, yeah. So... Christine Cameron, went on News Nation a while ago. She runs a Facebook discussion group, and somebody dug really hard into the Venmo transactions, and she came on News Nation to talk about it. And it shows, and here's some pictures, Ethan Chapin paid Jack Katovich, it says 10 days ago from whenever this is taken, but I know it's before the murders, obviously. It says thanks. Then there's like Kaylee Gonzalez transaction. Another one to Kaylee saying thank you. And then we have one that is super weird. Hold on, let me find it here. No, that's the GoFundMe. Because that guy, Jack Katovich, also donated $6 to the GoFundMe for Ethan. $6. Interesting. Don't know what that means. Okay. Where's the evidence? No, that's not it. Where'd it go?
What?
I literally screenshotted all of it.
Yeah,
Oh, wait. Is it up here? It's right here. Sorry. Here it is. Okay, so this is the Facebook post that talks about it. It says, did some digging on Venmo, and Ethan's last Venmo payment was to a Jack Katovich. Clicked on his page and found a Molly Gray who paid Liz Katovich, Jack's sister, and captioned it 3:30 a.m. This is very unsettling. Could be nothing, but could be something. Thought it was interesting.
Huh. How much was the payment? Does it show?
Mm-mm.
Huh.
Doesn't.
Weird.
And they're requesting Venmo. Why?
I don't know. I think that their police officers are like that story, though. Like this. If I was the chief there, I would keep half of my working officers that are on this crime on the Kohberger stuff, and I would keep half looking for somebody else. Even if I believed Kohberger was the guy, I would say, look, I need you guys to try and make it make sense for somebody else. Because if you can do it, the defense can do it. If you can do it, somebody else can do it. And we need to look like we have our together if it hits the fan.
Right. If sleuths are finding this stuff, and they have a beat on this stuff and you guys don't, that's a problem.
Yeah.
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 So,
or at least having backup information and saying, look, we knew that this could be a problem, so in order to not be reactive, we were proactive, and we built multiple possible suspect lists and have been following up on these people the entire time. So no problem, state. We could just easily switch gears, and we got 5 other people that we think could do it if Kohberger's not the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because it doesn't mean they committed the crime. It just means that they have a higher percent of likelihood of being somebody who committed the crime than your average Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Suspect doesn't mean you committed a crime.
Right. But, I mean, the dates they're requesting it for are up until December 31st after the victims are gone. So, I mean, could it be for somebody other than Brian? Maybe. But I don't think it's for the victims necessarily.
Well, I mean, they arrested Brian that day.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's up until his arrest date.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's totally him.
Yeah, maybe.
No, for sure.
Maybe.
Who else could it be? They didn't arrest anyone else.
I know.
It's him.
Well, also,
they are not doing investigating into anybody else.
Well, also, if they are investigating to somebody else, I seriously doubt they're putting it in Kohberger's case files. Like,
yeah.
Why would they do that?
Yeah.
It
is only Kohberger. I don't know who else is out there saying it could be someone else, but it's not. It is not somebody else.
Okay, here's the... I mean, I think you're right, obviously. But, here's the Apple one. I really want to know if he is an Apple or an Android.
I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out when we're not on stream or on podcast.
So, in this, they are requesting 2 different Apple ID numbers.
Okay.
And they're redacted. Like, it just shows DSID, Apple ID, DSID.
Okay.
Well, Apple ID, DSID, and then Apple ID, DSID.
Yep.
And, wait, what's the date?
You know, technically he could have an iPhone and then have a Android as a tablet. So...
Well, why wouldn't you connect them both to the same Apple ID, though?
An Android as a tablet.
Oh. But then why 2 Apple IDs? If one's an Android.
I have 2 Apple IDs.
Why?
Different emails, and they were just created at different times. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, it's totally possible he has 2 different Apple IDs, obviously. And yeah, they want basically everything that is stored by an Apple ID. Like, duh.
Yeah.
So,
Apple's not going to give it to him.
No?
No, Apple doesn't give in on this stuff. No way.
If there's a
Apple's
search warrant,
a jerks to law enforcement.
If there's a search warrant, don't they have to? They don't?
No.
Okay. Well, interesting. Keep your Apple phones then.
Yeah.
Anyway, so one thing that was kind of interesting is that number 7 here, it says the information received was attached to the Spillman case file. What the heck does that mean? Who the heck is Spillman?
Got me. I haven't looked at any of these, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I know either, but I did look up what Spillman was because I was like, what does that even mean? And I saw it being talked about online and people saying, what is Spillman? So I looked it up, and that is a serial killer out of, what city was it? It's Washington, I believe. Jack Spillman. A convicted serial killer from Spokane.
Now that's strange.
Yeah. He was known as the Werewolf Butcher. He committed a murder in 1995. He disemboweled and R-worded a mother and a daughter.
Bro, that's in the request.
It says something was attached to the Spillman case file. Now, that's just one theory, okay? Is that it has something to do with this guy.
Yeah, but if that's attached to...
Jack Owen Spillman, the serial killer.
But is that attached to the official...
The Apple warrant that I just had pulled up. Here, I'll pull it back up. Okay? Asking for the Apple IDs. Number 7, the information received was attached to the Spillman case file. So... Jack Owen Spillman is a serial killer, okay? So, what else could Spillman refer to? Spillman could also refer to Spillman Technologies, which this is the much more likely scenario, okay? It serves more than 1,800 sheriff offices, police departments, communication centers, correctional facilities, and fire departments nationwide. Spillman specializes in integrated on-premises and cloud software solutions, including computer-aided dispatch, records management systems, mobile data and field reporting, mapping and GIS, jail management systems, fire data sharing, personal and resources, literally anything relating to cloud, 911 call, anything. I tried looking up to see if Whitcomb, because Whitcomb is out of Pullman, and it also covers the 911 dispatch from Moscow. I tried looking up to see if they use Spillman Technologies. And this is by Motorola Solutions, by the way. Like, that's who it's through, Motorola Trademark Holdings, LLC.
Yeah.
I tried seeing if Latah County used it, or Pullman. This is the only thing I could find, okay? And that is on the, this is 2021 to 2022 expenses. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so long. It's so many pages long, but I hunted it down, and this is the one payment I could find. And it, can you tell what, is this a date?
No.
Okay, so it's just like some kind of...
It's a purchase number.
Okay, a purchase number. It says capital equipment, $550,000, replace temporary evidence, storage lockers, Spillman software. So Moscow clearly uses something related to Spillman software.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
a good
if
find. That's a good connection.
I don't know if Whitcomb uses Spillman software or not.
Sure.
Moscow doesn't operate the 911 dispatch, but they could have some kind of cloud database, intercommunication service, something.
Yeah.
They could have something that uses Spillman.
Yeah.
And Spillman's huge. Like, they are all over the country. And I do know that there are several police stations that use Spillman in Idaho.
Yeah.
Like, I found ones in Idaho that are publicly available that they use Spillman. But Moscow, I couldn't find anything but this one payment, which I took a screenshot of so that everyone could see it.
Yeah.
It's on page 45 of their 2021-22 expenses, whatever this is called. What is it? It's their budget. It's like all their, Latah County fiscal year 2022 is a part of a public hearing. So all this is public record. It says all the salaries and everything they bought. So interesting.
Yeah, I think it is interesting. I think it is.
Yeah, but there's also a lawsuit going on with Spillman right now, which is, where did it go? Is this it right here? Okay. Police software blamed in at least 3 states for errors, including losing a criminal case and crashing during 911 calls. Do you remember there was that rumor going around that Kaylee called 911 and it might have failed that night?
No.
There was some rumor. There's no validity to that I know of. Like, there's nothing official or anything. But what if 911 crashed that night?
Yeah.
What if it
happened
did?
too fast? It happened too fast.
What do you mean it happened too fast?
The crime happened too fast.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way.
Well, that doesn't mean Ethan or Xana, if they heard what was going on upstairs, didn't try to call 911, or Kaylee and Maddie upstairs heard what was happening to Ethan and Xana, didn't try to call 911.
Yeah.
They would have had enough time to dial 911 if they were awake or got woken up and heard it. I think they would have.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't know what that Spillman case file is. Weird, right?
Yeah, I think any of the above is possible.
This is Payne. Corporal Brett Payne is who did this Apple one.
Yeah.
And then...
That's the one who found the knife sheath.
Yep. And there's Spotify, which So, it's the IMEI, okay, yep. Generated between June 1st, 2022 and... What? Where's the second part of the date? Am I missing? Oh, to present. To present. I'm looking for a date. It says June 1st, 2022 to present.
Mm-hmm.
Why to present?
No idea. I haven't read any of this. So.
It says logs of user actions within the Spotify service to include search, streaming, history, playlists, like, you know, anything that you would look at in a Spotify application. Information collected, discover, connect with third-party devices, device name, speakers that it's connected to, partner applications, subscriber information. Why would they need subscriber information? Like,
just
if they have subscribers,
who they're subscribed to.
Anyway, don't know what that's about. No idea at all. But then, you know, there's another one that's actually YouTube. They have a YouTube search warrant. Let's go down to the important part.
And these all just came out?
They were just released, like, they were from September 8th.
Okay.
But they were just unsealed. But this says that they want... where's the identifiers? Okay, here. It's IMEI, phone number, email addresses, and they're redacted, those actual things. Like, they have them listed here. So this email address, this phone number, and or this IMEI, but those are redacted, generated between June 1st, 2022 and December 29th, 2022. They want subscriber information, including all names, addresses, all devices, and their IMEIs and all that good stuff, all IP addresses, any other accounts associated with this account or channel that have been provided with administrative privileges, permissions, all settings data, all dashboard data, all channel content, including videos, visibility restrictions, dates, views, comments, dislikes, all playlist, all channel analytics, including all data contained engagement, like reach, overview, engagement, audience, revenue tabs, data subsets. All comments and mentions, all subtitles, all monetization and financial data,
It makes
all
me...
customization data, all records pertaining to communications between Google, YouTube, studios, and the person regarding this account.
Yeah, it just makes me think that they're trying to find different avenues. I wonder if they're thinking that the DNA is going to get thrown out. I don't know. And
Does
then
that
they're
mean he had a
try
channel?
and figure out ways to connect him to the weapon without that DNA profile. That doesn't mean it has a channel. It means they don't know. That's what they're trying to find out.
Oh, they're trying to find out if he had a YouTube channel.
They're just asking for everything.
Anything.
Yep.
So Lana's probably right from Truth and Transparency that they're...
About what?
They're just trying to throw out a net, basically, and find anything that they can.
That's absolutely exactly what it's doing, because they're asking for everything. And in a search warrant, they can't just say, we want everything. You have to be specific. You don't have a choice. You have to be specific. So, yeah. I mean, that's interesting. I don't know if it helps me feel like I understand anything better or less. This is what I would expect them to do.
Yeah.
This is what I would expect them to do.
The Spillman thing's odd, though.
So, another reason why they could be asking for that is because their cell phone data is null and void. They might want to know what could run in the background of the phone. They might want to know if he had an Apple phone. Apple will not unlock phones. They will not. Will not. So they can either try and crack the phone themselves or ask Apple.
Which they did try to ask Apple. They
Yeah.
are asking Apple.
Yeah. And Apple doesn't give that info up normally. So...
Yeah, I mean, do you think the Spillman case file could mean, was that plural or was that singular when I said that? Do you remember?
No,
Could
I don't.
Spillman case file just mean that's Brian's case file in the Spillman database? Okay, it's singular.
yeah.
It's not plural. Spillman case file. What does that mean? Does that mean that it's his
Case file in the Spillman
just
system.
his?
Yep.
That
Yep.
it could very well just be as simple as that. It could be nothing more to it.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that out there. Like, yes, Googling Spillman comes up with some weird stuff, but it could just be the database that Brian's case file's in.
Yeah.
Why you needed to reference that it was Spillman specifically, I don't know, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
anyway, that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah.
But it was interesting. I didn't know what to think of it.
Yeah. It's interesting for
Honestly, I still don't know what to think of it entirely. But I want to know what you guys think of it. If you think any of that gave us any clues or hints to what they're looking for. But I do think it's all relating to Brian.
Yep. That's my take on it. They're
I
not
think
just going to have random people that they're looking into. That's just not very common.
Well, if they are looking into other people, I don't think they're putting it in his court hearing documents.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking into other people, but you know.
Unfortunately, I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
Which they should be looking at other people.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
But that's it. That's a wrap. That's the show.
That is the show, the whole thing. We appreciate you for being here. Make sure you do all the podcast things, all the support things. Make sure you hit that like button, leave us a comment, leave us some love, send us a message, give us a rating, give us an email. Yeah. That is it.
Yeah, come check out the live stream Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. YouTube, Twitch. YouTube is where all the comments in the chat is, though, for the most part. It is. If you want to talk to the other viewers. Twitch, we get a couple people on there occasionally, but we're paying more attention to YouTube because that's where everybody is.
Yeah. Yep.
I would like Twitch to grow. I just don't know how common true crime is on there, actually, because I don't really watch true crime on Twitch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, we'd love to see you there and chat with you. Leave a comment, drop a like, and have a great night.
Yes.
Great day, night.
See you guys later.
Whatever it is.
Thought Riot out.
Bye.